Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We are back from recess. Tony, do you want to take the roll?
Yes. Jimenez,
Present.
Torres,
Present.
Cohen,
Here.
Ortiz,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Doan,
Present.
Candelas,
Present.
Foley, Batra,
Present, and
Kamei,
I'm alone in my room.
Kamei,
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Just for those who are wondering, when we call in remotely, we have to state if anyone else is in the room with us. So that's what that's all about. Okay, we're back from recess. Thank you all for being here. We are going to begin the afternoon session with an invocation from Pastor Robert Mize of the Cathedral of Faith, and Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Good afternoon. As the mayor indicated, today we have Pastor Robert Mize from the Cathedral of Faith joining us to give today's invocation. The Cathedral of Faith has called San Jose home since 1965 and has blessed many San Jose residents with hot meals and faith since then. During and even since the pandemic, the Cathedral of Faith, in partnership with their neighbors, Second Harvest Food Bank, have worked tirelessly to keep San Jose families fed. They continue to ensure that no residents go hungry by hosting a food distribution twice a week on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to noon at their Gilroy, Morgan Hill, and Milpitas locations. Thank you, Pastor, for joining us today and for your church's dedication to our city.
It's our privilege to be part of this great city. Let's open this meeting up with prayer. Almighty God, I just come to you right now and I ask that you bless this meeting. And right now I want to speak peace and blessings over every council member and their families. I just pray, God, that as they conduct business today, that they would do so with mercy and compassion. Lord, give them wisdom and understanding. And especially today, I pray that you would help them as they make decisions that would affect those that are hungry, those that don't have enough to eat. And we thank you for that today. In the name that is above all name, the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We're on to ceremonial items. Councilor Candelas, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize Samina Usman.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, we will be honoring an extraordinary woman and community champion within our community, Samina Usman. Samina served for nearly 2 decades as the Senior Government Relations Coordinator with the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CARE. While at CARE, Samina coordinated and held over 800 meetings with elected officials and staff to advocate for over 250 federal, state, county, and local bills, ordinances, and resolutions. She has dedicated her life's work to promoting social justice and policy changes that support marginalized communities. She actively works to build bridges with communities, conducts interfaith dialogues, educates our youth, and empowers the American Islamic community. In order to create a more comfortable platform for Muslim Americans in the democratic process, Samina has written 15 state and local voter guides, all while hosting over 70 candidate forums for the community to truly meet their leaders. Her countless efforts have helped close the gap between the Bay Area's Muslim community and the government officials to create positive changes. She has also extended her knowledge to the community by giving over 180 workshops and trainings to community groups, universities, and diverse places of worship, as well as speaking at numerous rallies. Samina's work plays a key role in bringing attention to social justice issues and amplifying the voices of underrepresented communities. I would like to wish Samina the best as she transitions to the next phase of her life and thank her for her commitment to our community. That being said, it is my pleasure to introduce Samina Usman to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Candelas, and also to the San Jose City Council. It is truly an honor to have not only be recognized for tonight, but also for the years of being able to work with the city in order to push for policies related to social justice and racial equity. And so I'm very thankful to be able to have been able to do this work. And so I am going to be transitioning to Support Life Foundation and also Secure Justice as well, consulting for them. And so this isn't the last that you're going to see of me. And I'm still going to be working towards these issues of racial equity, and also to ensure that those who are the most marginalized, the most in need of our help, will get it from our city. And so I want to also add that we really need to, we're also, and in today's meeting, they're going to be discussing the budget. And so I want to say that I stand with the Real Coalition in support of, related to Measure E, and supporting investment in our affordable housing and making sure that we have, that we prioritize the recovery task force, to make sure that we're helping those who are most hit by the pandemic and are still dealing with those issues today. And we have to make sure that we have a racial equity lens when it comes to our budget as well. And so, again, I'm very thankful for being recognized today, but I can't, I mean, a recognition doesn't mean anything if I'm not going to be able to use this platform to be able to support those who are in need and to be able to push the envelope as well when it comes to this. So again, I wanted to thank you again for this recognition, and I look forward to working with you in a different capacity as well. Thank you.
All right, council members Foley, Davis, and Torres, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim June as National Immigrant Heritage Month.
Mayor, that's mine, I believe.
Oh, we have the wrong council members. I'm sorry. That's council. We apparently
happens.
mixed these up. This is Councilmember Ortiz recognizing and proclaiming June as National Immigrant Heritage Month. Sorry, we had the wrong council members on there.
The three of us proclaimed Pride Month last week. Might be from there.
That's from last week.
It is
All
also
right.
Pride Month.
Well, we're all here to celebrate National Immigrant Heritage Month. Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd love to invite representatives from Amigos de Guadalupe to join us. Hello, everyone. This June is the 9th annual National Immigrant Heritage Month, dedicated to honor the countless contributions of immigrant communities in the United States. San Jose is truly a city of immigrants. Nearly 40% of our residents are foreign-born. That's a higher percentage than in Los Angeles and in New York City. San Jose is home to immigrants from across the world, including the largest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam, a sizable Latino population with heritage from across Latin America, the third largest population of Indian Americans in the United States, and so many more communities and cultures are represented throughout our great city. Just yesterday, we had the privilege of honoring our Filipino community during the Philippines Independence Day, and I'm proud to represent Little Portugal here at City Hall. Those immigrants have contributed to so much of who we are today. They've worked in every sector of our economy, started businesses that anchor our community and economy, and have become community and neighborhood leaders. All too often, immigrants have had to overcome discrimination, exploitation, and deliberate racist policies from local governments. It's been through the power of organizing, oftentimes across lines of nationality, that immigrants have been able to challenge the city to live up to its democratic ideals and values. While much progress has been made in making San Jose a more welcoming place for immigrants, that work will never stop. That's why I'm grateful to be joined by Amigos de Guadalupe, an East San Jose organization that has been doing great work in advocating for better conditions for our immigrant families. With the end of Title 42, Amigos de Guadalupe is organizing to secure the proper federal funding to support newly arrived families in Santa Clara County. And now let me pass the mic to Gina Guevara from Amigos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Gina. Este momento voy a utilizarlo para agradecer a todo el concilio de manera general de San José, en especial a nuestro concejal Ortiz. Quiero también aprovechar esta oportunidad para hacer como una breve presentación de quiénes somos. Nosotros somos Amigos de Guadalupe, Centro de Justicia y Empoderamiento, la cual fue basada y fundada en el 2012. Estamos hablando de hace más de una década que nosotros estamos prestando nuestro servicio a toda la comunidad inmigrante. Estamos al este de San José, en la comunidad Mayfair. Básicamente, ¿qué servicios nosotros ofrecemos? Estamos ofreciendo a toda la comunidad sin distinción de raza, credibilidad, de religión, cualquier otro aspecto similar, apoyo educacional, apoyo de inmigración, apoyo de salud mental, apoyo en la asistencia a declaración de impuestos, entre otros factores también incluidos. También quiero mencionar que Amigos de Guadalupe es una de las 5 organizaciones sin fines de lucro que apoya y es fundadora de la colectiva Sí se puede. Pues básicamente nuestra creencia principal es, independientemente de donde vengan las personas inmigrantes, puede venir hacia nosotros para ayudarlos, sentir que están en familia. Yo particularmente trabajo de primera mano, así que puedo decir que en base a mi experiencia es algo increíble poder ser parte de ayudar a la comunidad, así que me siento orgullosa de eso, no solamente de mí, sino de mi equipo y todas las personas que nos apoyan. Entonces, muchísimas gracias a todos y esas son mis palabras. Muchas gracias.
So I will just be repeating the same message that my colleague Gina just said, but in English. So thank you to Councilmember Ortiz for the proclamation and celebration of Immigrant Heritage Month. Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment began its work in East San Jose in 2012 and is located in Mayfair, a community based off East San Jose. We provide services to immigrants throughout housing, homelessness prevention, immigration legal services, educational support, community organizing, English and citizenship classes, tax filing assistance, and mental health services. In addition, Amigos hires a majority of its staff from the local community and is one of the 5 founding agencies of the Si Se Puede collective. Our core belief is that everyone, no matter where you come from, deserves to live in a just and equitable society where every person is empowered to achieve their dreams. We believe that education is our right and the great equalizer, empowering our children and families to access lifelong opportunities. As we celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month, let's continue to work towards building a more welcoming community so that everyone can have the same opportunity to achieve the American dream. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Torres, if you would join me at the podium, and the OXA team, if you guys would like to come on down. We're going to recognize and proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth. All right. Yeah, round of applause. Awesome. Welcome. Good to see you all. Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. So today we commemorate a significant milestone in our nation's history, Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, which celebrates June 19th of 1865, when the last of the newly freed African Americans in Galveston, Texas were notified, well, the whole town was notified, of the end of slavery. This event took place 2 years after Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation went into effect, a poignant reminder of our belief that no one is free until we are all free. While this pivotal proclamation brought liberation and hope to countless lives, Juneteenth is a reminder for us of the ongoing struggle for equality and opportunity in our society. As we reflect on the significance of Juneteenth, we must acknowledge that the fight for true freedom and equality is far from over. Today, we honor the resilience, strength, and determination of those who endured the horrors of slavery, fought for their freedom, and paved the way for generations to come. Today, in addition to recognizing the federal holiday today with our proclamation, we want to also honor the African American Community Service Agency. You'll hear from Milan Ballantyne in just a moment. For the more than 40 years they have worked in our community to provide education, cultural programs, and vital social services to so many members of our community. And I've had the privilege, since being elected mayor, of sitting down and spending a little time with their staff. In San Jose, we celebrate diversity and see it as our core strength. And we strive to continue to create a community where everyone feels safe, respected, valued, and is empowered to achieve their full potential. In closing, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of those who, in our legacy as a nation, fought for freedom and equality and continue that fight today. I want to turn the microphone over to my colleague, Councilmember Omar Torres, to say a few words, and then you'll hear from Milan Ballantyne, the Executive Director of the African American Community Service Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. For over 150 years, the African American community has cherished and celebrated Juneteenth. It wasn't until June 17th, 2021, that this day was officially recognized as the 11th federal holiday by President Biden. Juneteenth holds a unique place in our nation's narrative. It serves a day that kickstarted the post-emancipation period known as Reconstruction. It symbolizes the beginning of a new chapter in the journey towards freedom and equality for African Americans. It is important that this history is not erased, as we're suing book bans and erasure of our history. We must reflect upon the struggles endured by those who were enslaved, who worked relentlessly in the agricultural fields, and who were denied the basic rights and privilege that many of us take for granted. It is also a reminder that the fight for freedom is ongoing and that we must continue to fight for equality for all. I would like to take a moment to thank the African American Community Service Agency for being present today and their outstanding work and dedication to our community. They are an amazing partner in our city, providing services of education, health and wellness, economic development, social services, racial and social justice. May their work continue to uplift, inspire, and create a brighter future for generations to come. I now have the honor to pass it over to Milan Ballantyne, Executive Director of the African American Community Service Agency, trustee for Franklin McKinley School District, and my former SJSU classmate. So, Milan.
I would say we go way back, but that was so short of go. Everybody say Juneteenth. 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 Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
I knew I had a team back there somewhere. So my name is Milan Ballantyne, and I currently serve as the Executive Director of the African American Community Service Agency. And in my 12 years of service, one of the most prized possessions is our Juneteenth Festival. When we talk about where do we come from as a community, I cannot tell you today where in Africa my family comes from because they were enslaved. But even though they were enslaved, they turned that around and created companies and even becoming the vice president of the United States of America, which is the symbolism that Juneteenth is not only about freedom and access, but it is about telling all communities that freedom is possible. And so when we celebrate Juneteenth, whether you are Black or part of the African ancestry community, you can celebrate Juneteenth with us as well. Because every day that you all who show up here every day, whether that be on the council or as a community member, Juneteenth is in all of us. It is a significant place for Black people because we are still healing from the trauma of coming all the way across the Atlantic to a place that we did not, and we're not allowed to speak our native tongue or language. So when we celebrate and say freedom, we mean freedom in housing, freedom in food, freedom in resources, freedom in prayer, freedom in who you want to love and who you want to be. So this weekend, as we celebrate Juneteenth, join us in the SOFA district where you will be able to hear the FAMU Marching 100, who are coming all the way from Florida to bring some HBCU love to the city of San Jose. You will also hear from one of the representatives from Comerica Bank regarding diversity in the C-suites, which represents less of a population of Black people in the C-suite. We have the Kids and Family Arena and resources, and we're still educating about COVID. So make sure that you come out and have a good time. We thank the City Council, Mayor Mahan, and my San Jose State Spartans in the room with Councilmember Torres. And we also brought some San Jose State students with us to keep training and developing the generation behind us. So I don't stand alone as a leader. I stand together with my team. So they'll accept this award on our behalf. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all so much. We're on to, actually I want to take up the adjournment. That's okay, Councilmember Torres. So today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the remarkable and dedicated Dr. Daniel Coleman, who passed away on May 20th of 2023. Dr. Coleman was an incredible and passionate counselor at the Washington United Youth Center for many years and worked tirelessly with underserved youth in the Washington Guadalupe neighborhood. Councilmember Torres will say a few words on Dr. Coleman's impact, and I believe we have a few friends and family members here as well who may briefly say a few words.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. On May 20th, 2023, we received the devastating news of the sudden passing of Dr. Daniel Coleman. Daniel was not only a valued member of Catholic Charities of Silicon Valley, but also a dedicated advocate for youth in the Washington neighborhood, youth like me. His unwavering commitment to serving others, particularly through his work at the Washington United Youth Center, has left a lasting impact on the lives of countless individuals and families in our Washington neighborhood. We extend our deepest condolences to Daniel's family, friends, and colleagues during this difficult time. May his memory continue to inspire us, and may his legacy live on through the work we do to uplift and support our youth in our community. In remembrance of Dr. Daniel Coleman, sorry, getting a little bit emotional here, let us strive to carry forward his vision of a world where every young person is given the opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. May his spirit guide us as we continue our mission to create a brighter future for all. I now invite Greg, CEO of Catholic Charities, and Bill, his dad, to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres, Mayor Mahan, and members of the council. My name is Greg Kepferly. I'm the CEO of Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County, and I had the pleasure of working and being a friend of Dr. Daniel Coleman for many years, the past 7 years. On behalf of Catholic Charities and our staff and volunteers, I want to thank the council for honoring the memory of Dan, our beloved friend and colleague who passed away on May 20th. We appreciate the outpouring of community support, including from the council, from many city staff, PRNS staff, and the San Jose Youth Empowerment Alliance, and community members who work so closely with Dr. Dan. Dan's therapeutic work with youth and his collaborative leadership at the Washington United Youth Center and throughout the city and the county was characterized by clinical expertise, his compassionate heart, his non-judgmental, kind, listening nature, and his joyful and playful sense of humor. As the director of Catholic Charities' Youth Empowered for Success and Our Best program, Dan truly lived Catholic Charities' mission of changing lives for good by building everyone's strengths together. He was the best. Let us honor his memory by being more like Dr. Dan. Dr. Daniel Coleman, presente.
I'm Bill Coleman. I'm Daniel's dad, and I simply want to thank the council, in particular Councilmember Torres and Greg, for that kind speech about my son. He passed away very unexpectedly, but in being over here and going through the funeral and last week, it was very gratifying to see the effect that he'd had on the community. And so I'd just like to, again, thank you for this great honor of recognition, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Torres, and our deepest condolences. We are going to move on now to items 3.4 and 5, which will be heard concurrently. We will need to vote on them separately. Any changes to, and I'm going to ask that we take up the vote first on item 3.5 because it could potentially have implications on the broader budget. It's the more specific item and has a higher threshold for any changes to occur. So we'll discuss 3.4, 3.5 together. We will hear public comment on them together. In terms of public comment, as those of you who've been following along may know, the council listened very thoughtfully to nearly 6 hours of public comment last night. That was our second public hearing. We've also done about a half dozen council study sessions. My team and I, in partnership with all of our council colleagues, have put on about 50 community budget town halls across the city. And this has been about a 3-month, almost 4-month-long process now, very, very robust. So I appreciate all of the discussion, debate. I really want to recognize staff for our unsung heroes who have put in many long days, entertaining various proposals, helping to evaluate budget requests, crunching the numbers a million different ways. So Jim Shannon in particular, you and your team in the budget office, I think have just done a tremendous job. And I appreciate that even when our team, and I know our colleagues have all done this, have come to you with, hey, have you looked at it this way? You've always been willing to put together a new chart or table or graph or whatever it is to help us understand different ways of analyzing the data. So in terms of public comment specifically, though, I may have a few more remarks after that, but I want to limit it to 1 hour. I don't want anyone to feel that we're trying to cut them off, but we'll do 1-minute comments for no more than an hour. We'll see if we have that many comments. I just think that given the 6 hours yesterday and all of the input we've heard, I think it's important that we give ourselves time to get into the council discussion and deliberation and get to a vote. But I certainly don't want anyone to feel that we're trying to reduce their input. So with that, once again, thank you so much to staff. Look forward to returning to the council for discussion, and let's take public comment until about 3 o'clock.
Okay, when I call your name, please come down. First person to the microphone, just go straight to the microphone. Everybody else line up behind that speaker. I have Kelsey Colson, Roberta Witt, Ranbir Sangera, Gurbinder Maui, or maybe Mao, and Deborah O.
My name is Kelsey, and I'm in D9, and I support the budget collaboratively proposed by Councilmember Foley, Vice Mayor Kamei, and Mayor Mahan. I understand the argument regarding affordable housing. I myself was 20, pregnant, and sleeping on a friend's floor because I couldn't afford anything else. But here's the reality. Measure E is not the only avenue for low-income housing revenue, but it is the most reasonable avenue for emergency interim housing. The argument that reallocating Measure E funds is ignoring the need for low-income housing is cherry-picking the details. The argument that emergency interim housing is not effective is flat wrong. For some people, it may not work, but for most people, getting a chance to focus on something other than true survival is the key to getting to the next step towards independence and a fresh start and a new life. We cannot continue to put very expensive Band-Aids on homelessness. We need a solution. The plan that Councilmember Davis has proposed is false hope of change and merely maintains the status quo. I urge you to join Councilmember Foley, Vice Mayor Kamei, and Mayor Mahan and vote yes on the budget as they have proposed it. It is time to do something different. It is time to challenge the status quo.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Debbie Yao. I live in District 7. I am here as a member of Show Up for Racial Justice, which is part of Sacred Heart. I believe that all people deserve a place to call home. I believe that all here share my concerns about the houseless population in our city. I believe that we all understand that both interim and new permanent housing are part of this solution. I believe that we only disagree on the allocation of funds to these two projects and these funding streams. I'm here to ask you to adopt the Davis-Ortiz-Torres plan that preserves the existing Measure E funding allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ranbir, and I support the mayor's message and plan for one main reason. I think it's more important to be useful and helpful versus trying to be right. And I think that requires understanding and patience, and also observing what is working and what is not working. There's many examples of things that don't work, but also there are examples of things that do work. And, you know, I'm part of the Sikh community, the Punjabi community, and one of the things that we are asked to do is take care of our community, take care of the people who are less fortunate. Like it has been mentioned, it's very difficult to think of anything when you don't have a roof over your head, ability to find work, and I think this plan addresses
Thank you.
those things.
Next speaker. I'd also like to call Stephen Joff, Ed Lambert, and Gary Delbo. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gurbinder Mavi. I've been a longtime resident of San Jose, over 30 years. And we've seen the term working poor take a new meaning over the last 5, 7, 10 years while building the most wealth anywhere in history in the world. And when you're a single parent and you're working one job on minimum wage, you can't even afford your family to live in a good place. I wholeheartedly support Mayor Mahan's budget on the tiny homes and the long-term affordable housing. We need to help our fellow citymen, people who don't have a place to live. If they're willing to go into those tiny houses and start again, is the least we can do. So thank you, Mayor, for the proposal, and I support it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Roberta. I'm from District 1. I support the mayor's plan to increase the funding for interim housing over the Davis memo, which would only maintain the status quo. $50 million for interim and $50 million for affordable housing is more than reasonable when we have thousands of people living on our streets right now. I recently became involved with a tent dweller along the creek in my neighborhood. Yesterday, I took her to the county office of supportive housing. There I met the representative that took her paperwork, and he told us that more and more people are coming in like her, already have their paperwork and ready to move off the streets. The problem is interim housing needs to be available so that they can find these people when housing is available, when they are next in line. If they go back in the streets, they're lost. So please support the mayor's plan.
Next
Thank
speaker.
Hello, I'm Stephen Jaffe. I'm from Councilman Torres' district, live here in the center of the city. I just want to say I totally support the mayor's plan. I think that we have to focus on the core issues affecting our city now to see if we can make movement. The three things that I understand are core are the interim housing proposal and the proposal in which safe locations for RVs and people living in vehicles to really get people out of encampments. Secondly, a focus on hiring police, training, recruiting, and retention, as well as EMTs, which is actually a core safety issue for anybody who lives here in the center of the city. And my understanding, the third priority is that, in fact, the blight grants from the federal government are running out, and we need to continue this in the city so we don't have a Band-Aid situation that we deal with on a short-term basis. These are core issues that we all live with in the city. If we're going to make the city the great place it can be, we've got to tackle these things first by focusing our resources that way. Thank you so much.
I'm also calling down Cheryl, Gia Fan, and Janice Condi. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ed Lambert. I'm an immigrant as well from Belgium, so this is a great day for me. Lived in San Jose since 1987, 3 different districts, worked with many volunteer groups, have been a part of 2 banks working with small businesses in the city. So I think I've got a pretty good idea of the way things have gone before. The definition of insanity is to try the same thing over and over again, thinking you're going to have a different outcome. This budget needs to be looked at in its entirety, not in just one spot. Mayor Matt was elected with a clear vision, and I think it would be great to give him a chance to carry it out. That's why he won, and that's why we voted for him. Regarding Measure E, the emergency we face today requires a shift in focus to shelters and affordable housing. We didn't see that coming. What I would also suggest to the council is, given the fact that the amounts in Measure E are a rounding error to a company the size of Google, perhaps we can approach Google and ask them to convert 100% of their housing for affordable. Thank you.
Council members, thank you for your time. You know, I am not a budget expert and I'm not a homeless expert, but I do work on the streets of the city almost every single day trying to drive this city forward. But I can tell you over the last 4 or 5 years, we're not trending in the right direction. You know, I think we're making some progress, but I think the city has so much more potential. My hope is that with the mayor's budget, that we're able to kind of challenge the status quo. You know, making sure we have a balanced budget, we're doing things fiscally responsibly, but how do we try different things? And other cities around the country that have changed have got really embraced pilots. It's something that really helped them kind of turn corners. And I'm hoping that's something that you'll see in the budget, and that's why we're supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also Wanda Vong Pham and Surinder Dhaliwal. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, and Pam Foley for putting together a plan that puts substantial dollars into both immediate solutions like interim housing and long-term affordable housing. The other plan from Davis and Ortiz and Torres is status quo. It won't provide the changes we need in San Jose. We learned a lot during the pandemic. We know that interim housing works. As we learn, we change. That's why hotel purchases were added, commercial space was removed, and spending was shifted in the past. That's what responsible government does. And responsible oversight would require a 2/3 vote to keep Measure E as is, not only to change it. It's a disservice to the voters, and more importantly, to the people suffering on the streets, to let a few council members control the process when the intent was to have oversight to avoid this exact situation. Please vote yes to Mayor's budget proposal, and let's give people hope and a chance for a dignified life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I need the translator. Kính chào ông thị trưởng, kính chào tất cả quý nghị viên của thành phố San Jose.
Hello, Mayor Matt Mahan and council members of San Jose.
Tôi là Nghĩa Phan, là một cư dân của thành phố San Jose. Theo ý kiến của tôi, nhà tạm thời thì làm tốt hơn và đứng đắn hơn nhiều.
My opinion is that the interim housing is the dignified houses for the homeless.
Chúng ta không để những người vô gia cư sống trong những cái lều tạm bợ, không đủ độ ấm và người ta có thể chết bất cứ lúc nào.
We cannot allow the unsheltered homeless live on the street and leave them to die.
Chúng ta có trách nhiệm hành động với tinh thần khẩn cấp để giải quyết nạn đói nghèo, nhân loại lớn nhất trong cộng đồng của chúng ta.
We have the responsibility to resolve these greatest issues of the city of San Jose and our communities.
Chúng ta sẽ được lợi rất nhiều khi đưa những người vô gia cư đó vào những ngôi nhà tạm thời do chúng ta xây cất nên.
We will benefit from the interim housing while moving the unsheltered homeless into the interim housings.
Tôi nhận thấy
My opinion,
kế hoạch của thị trưởng Matt Mahan, phó thị trưởng Kamei và nghị viên Foley đã đầu tư số tiền đáng kể vào hai giải pháp.
that I support Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, and Council Member Foley.
Số 1, giải pháp ngắn hạn ngay lập tức như nhà tạm thời.
Number one, resolve right away the interim houses for the homeless people.
At the time.
Số 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Janice Condi. Good afternoon, council members. I want to let you know that I support the mayor's proposed budget 100%. I'm pretty sure we elected Mayor Mahan because we wanted change. And some of the same things that he envisioned. He's working hard for some big changes, and it seems he's swimming a bit upstream. My hope today is that we are all a part of that change and support his proposed budget. We elected him to be our leader. Let's take the handcuffs off, get in the boat with him, and all paddle in the same direction. If it doesn't work, we can always vote him out next time.
Perfect. It's true.
Council members, I know several of you, I respect you, and I appreciate all of your hard work. And I hope that you will get behind the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you. My name is King Surinder Kaur Dhaliwal. I've been a resident of San Jose since 1986. I want to reiterate what I spoke last night. I hear Sacred Heart mentioned for many of the supporters for Davis, Torres, and Ortiz's memo. The words Jesus Christ repeatedly left out when mentioning Sacred Heart. There is obvious religious influence and therefore bias in David Ortiz and Torres's memo. The same people who created this housing mental health crisis cannot honestly know how to fix it. Give guilt and shame to others and then be their saviors. This has been on repeat for too long in the United States. Mayor Mahan is a conscious person who thinks of solutions to problems and plans for the future of his constituents without bias. I fully support in him and trust in his leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also come down Sam Ho, Joseph, I think maybe Badola, and Sandy Perry.
Kính chào thị trưởng Matt Mahan và quý nghị viên.
Hello, Matt Mahan and council members.
Homeless là một trong những vấn đề chính của nhiều vấn đề khác.
The homeless issue is the main issue for other issues that we're having in the city of San Jose.
Chúng tôi rất lấy làm vui mừng khi có được một cái chương trình do thị trưởng Matt Mahan đã đưa ra 50 triệu đô la cho housing affordable và shelter cho những người homeless.
We are very happy to hear the budget proposal for Mayor Mahan on the 50 million of the affordable housing and 50 million for the interim housing.
Chúng tôi tin tưởng tất cả các nghị viên sẽ cùng với thị trưởng Matt Mahan thực hiện budget này để chúng ta có được một thành phố San Jose tốt đẹp hơn, an ninh hơn.
We believe in the council members in supporting Mayor Matt Mahan so that we could have a city of San Jose more safer and more beautiful.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mayor. Bye.
Thank you for your concerns.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Pam Foley. We see each other all the time. I am for the interim housing, and I'm going to tell you why, because I have been in the shoes of these people that are homeless. I'm an immigrant, came to the US in 1986, went to school, got a degree in engineering right down the street, then got into real estate, and after the crash, wiped me out. I went from having all kinds of, high credit and this and that to losing everything. And I was living in the street, and so they provided me a place to go where there's a housing. So I was trying to look for work just so I can get back on track. And they wouldn't let me do anything. See, they had hours where you could just sit there and talk about your feelings and how you're doing today versus looking for a job. And I saw these kids that have been there for 2, 3, 4 years. But
Thank you.
it doesn't get you anywhere.
Next speaker, Jackie Rivera, also come down.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Wanda, and I born and raised in San Jose, and I've lived in D2 my entire life. Unfortunately, I don't see Councilmember Jimenez here, but hopefully he'll be able to get the gist of this message. I'm here to support the budget proposed by Councilmember Foley, Vice Mayor Kamei, as well as Mayor Mahan. Interim housing works and is far more dignified than leaving people to live and die in tents across the city. We have a responsibility to act with urgency to address this greatest human suffering in our community, and we all benefit when people are indoors faster. The Mahan-Kamei Foley plan puts substantial dollars into both immediate solutions like interim housing and the long-term solution of building more affordable housing. Let's not keep with status quo. I urge you to join Councilmember Foley, Vice Mayor Kamei, and Mayor Mahan and vote yes on the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Holm, Vice President of District 9 Leadership Group, as well as the Thousand Oaks Neighborhood resident. Association. I'm here as a resident speaking with you, and I want to begin by thanking all of the council members because I know most, if not all of you. I have great appreciation as a community member. I love you. I respect you for what you do and your efforts in addressing the issue of homelessness and safety and blight in our city. As a community, we come together to do this, and 6 years ago, 2017, I stood right here, spoke about the $950 million Measure A when we passed that, and I say that if we divided $950 million into 7,000 residents, homeless people in our county, we would have $135,000 for each of the homeless people. We would have addressed a lot of issues there. Today, we don't have that much money. We're looking at over $100 million. And to address affordable housing and interim are important. Let's focus on getting them out of the encampment.
I'd also like to call down Alfredo Villasenor.
Hello again. I'll be short because I also want to get straight to discussion. My name is Jackie Rivera. I'm the Operations Co-Director with South Bay Community Land Trust, the first and only land trust in San Jose. Again, I've been hearing a lot of folks wanting to change the status quo. I encourage you, look into decommodifying land and housing. Community land trusts are a transformative strategy to take land off of the speculative market and put it into community use, like housing, collective ownership, and other resident-led opportunities that puts, not only permanently affordable deed-restricted units, but again, other community uses. I'm here in support of the council member Davis, Torres, and Ortiz memo. It is also the only memo that supports preservation. Preservation is a strategy that can also help us with anti-displacement, and again, very innovative solutions and opportunities for resident land and owned properties. I also want to say budget 101, if we're spending so much money on something like the police force, then why don't we dip into that for the interim housing that we are also trying to provide instead of trying to dip into.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Villasenor, and I from District 5, Mr. Ortiz. And I know that everybody wants permanent housing for all. Okay, personally, I don't feel it will be achieved in my lifetime. There's not enough resources or time to do that, but we can all work for that. Here are the main issues. Should we place most of the limited funding to build low-income housing that we all want, but it takes 5 years to build? Or we can do both by funding some future affordable housing and, most importantly, assisting thousands of families that are at risk dying on the streets now. I say we do both by doing a decent temporary housing for all that we can do. Thank you, all council members. Let us both do what's best for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Civic, followed by Jen.
Yes, this is Girish Shah, Board Chair of Silicon Valley Interreligious Council. Homelessness is a very urgent problem. Our population is growing. What we need to do is to arrest so that we will be able to reduce it down to zero. Each of the proposals that we have in front ask the council members a question. Will it reduce the population of homeless or unhoused, or will it continue to grow because there'll be more people will be thrown out of the housing because of actions by the commercial world? Or will it keep on increasing and not reduce? Or will it bring it down? So I support the mayor's proposal to be half and half so that we can at least start to reduce the homeless people in our.
Jen, followed by Sukhdev Baniwal.
Hi, my name is Jen Meyer. I'm a D3 voter union worker and member for Showing Up for Racial Justice here in solidarity with SOS. I'm thinking about common sense and the common good and what we have in common. It's common in San Jose to live paycheck to paycheck. It's common in San Jose, whether tech worker, food service worker, whether nurse or sanitation worker, whether engineer or daycare worker, it's common, no matter who you are, to spend half your income on housing. It's common sense to preserve Measure E, to preserve the pipeline of permanent affordable housing. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's common sense to use the ending funds balance to also fund emergency shelter. I am saying this, support the Davis, Torres, and Ortiz proposal, please, to preserve Measure E. It is a both-and win-win solution that is just plain common sense. And rather than sweeping people who are struggling to make ends meet under the rug, it reminds us that affordable housing for all is part of the common good. Thank you.
Sukhdev, followed by Dashil.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jason Banuel. I'm a resident of District 8 for the last 45 years, and I do support Mayor Mahan's budget plan. It is important to have permanent affordable housing, but it's even more important to have interim housing for those that are unhoused in the streets at this time. And because of their safety, I think all citizens deserve to have a roof on their head for their safety. So I support and I urge all council members to say yes to the mayor's budget plan. Thank you.
Dashil, followed by Paul.
Hello, my name is Dashil Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter and a District 1 resident. We in the climate activist community were alarmed to see the budget cuts to climate smart funding contained in the manager's budget addendum, or MBA 21, slashing one-time climate smart non-personnel funding in half by $200,000. This would cut funding used for technical support and community-based organization partnerships that are essential to creating and implementing climate policies that work. MBA 21 states that if these funds were to be cut, that it would slow the implementation and development of programs and require less community input and engagement. Now, as far as I understand it, the climate cuts in MBA 21 are currently not a part of the budget, and none of the council memos offered today, as far as I have seen, have requested that the climate cuts specifically be included. So I'll end by saying thank you for not including these budget cuts in your memos, and we sincerely hope that you keep it this way in today's vote. Community engagement and technical assistance are essential. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Surjit Bains.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Kamei for getting this proposal back on track and more consistent with the intention of the voters. I also would like to state that it concerns me that the mayor's judgment was that far off, that it was that inconsistent with what it is that we actually needed to do. That concerns me, because if his judgment is that inconsistent with what it is that the people need, then how many other decisions is he making that needs to be recalibrated to that degree? And that's a concern of mine. I mean, I'm beholden to his decisions, and I think they're questionable. Thank you.
Surjit, followed by Moira. Surjit Bains.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just my name is Surjit Singh Bains. I'm the long-term resident of District 8. I'm a businessman, and my family, other members are businessmen. And due to this homeless encampment, it has adversely affected on most of our business. I know Mayor Matt's budget is the most effective proposal at this time. Sooner the homeless people are out of the street, they can settle in their lives. And we should all support this budget. Thank you.
Moira Merriweather, and then followed in person. I'm going to call several names in person. So Ann Webb, Alex Ortega, Daniel Ortega, Ricardo Rios, and Dontak Lartigue. So all of you come on down, and whoever's at the mic will speak as soon as Moira's completed. Moira, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Moria Merriweather. I'm a resident of District 7 and have lived here for over 30 years. I'm also a member of Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley, and the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I'm speaking on 2 items of importance in the budget. First, I would like to ask that you do not reduce the budget for Climate Smart as was proposed from $400,000 to $200,000 for non-personnel expenses. Please do allocate $400,000 for Climate Smart non-personnel expenses. Secondly, please do not approve the budget proposed with extremely inadequate funding for implementing Vision Zero safety modifications. Please do fully fund Vision Zero implementation for safer streets. Both of these are very important and essential, and they need to be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ann Webb. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here to speak strongly in support of the plan put forward by Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Rosemary Kamei, and Councillor Pam Foley. I have lived in San Jose since 1978 in Districts 2, 1, and 3. As you can imagine from my accent, San Jose is my adopted city, but it's one I am passionate about. The plan of erecting quick-built houses to reduce homelessness and increasing our police force is a reasonable one, and one that we should all support. This proposal will end the era of encampments and make our city safer and cleaner, something we expect and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. Please excuse my passion from last night. I'm here representing the vendors at the Berryessa Flea Market. I just want to say that we want the council to please support the vendors transition funds, that we are needing funds to creating jobs for the people of San Jose, to keep people in homes, to give people an outlet for a source of income, to help the problem that we're facing right now with homelessness, to help people pay their bills. The city of San Jose, the Berryessa Flea Market, has been very involved in growing this city of what it is today. And we ask for the help. There's 500 vendors in needs and owners of those spaces, but hundreds of other employees that work for them. We create jobs, and we sincerely hope that you guys take this into consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Daniel Ortega. I also represent the 500 vendors at the Berryessa Flea Market. I want to say thank you guys for having us, and if you guys could also look into it, please, with the funds. We're in need. I'm also a business owner here in San Jose. I'm second generation. I grew up, the Berryessa Flea Market is my second home. Thank God, thanks to my family for their hard work, and thanks to the Bum family over at the Berryessa Flea Market. I had a good childhood. I grew up, you know, my parents, hard workers, and that's all I know is the Berryessa Flea Market. And thank you guys so much, and we hope to hear if you guys can help us out with the funds and to relocate us to a new home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Rios. Me and my family have been at the flea market more than 34 years. I'm second generation owned. I'm taking over my dad's business at the flea market, and I would like the city of San Jose to look for a location for all the vendors at the flea market. I know there's going to be a 5-acre urban market, but that's not capable of all the 500 vendors. We would like the city to find us a land that is of at least 60 acres for all the 500 vendors to be united together and not separated into different locations. And that'll be all, just for the city to help us out and for the flea market to continue. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Dante Lartigue.
grew up in Seven Trees, run a nonprofit that serves transition age youth called Raising the Bar. A lot of young people coming out of systems just don't have the resources essentially to find housing on their own. So permanent supportive housing is super important, right? I've been in subsidized housing for 11 years. Why? Because systems failed me. The issue that we're facing right now isn't that we're not building housing, we're not housing people. If you're part of this system and you work in this system, you understand that we're housing a lot of people. The problem is social economic mobility. The problem is we're not investing in the people that call San Jose their home, that were born here in this city, and they can't afford to live here, okay? So if we stop investing in permanent supportive housing and try to divert funds into interim housing, we're gonna run into big problems. Invest in people, invest in careers, invest in economic mobility if you really do wanna solve some of the issues that we're having right now in our city.
Thank you. Tran Ho, followed by Thomas K.
Hi, my name is Tran, and I am a community organizer at Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm speaking in favor of the Davis-Torres and Ortiz plan for Measure E funds. One critical issue that has plagued our community is the lack of affordable housing. Many of our fellow residents are forced to leave San Jose, and far too many find themselves without shelter, living on the streets. Measure E is a plan that holds true to the promises we made to the voters, ensuring that funds allocated for this purpose are used to their fullest potential. Measure E invests in our community's well-being. Affordable housing has a positive ripple effect that extends beyond the individuals directly impacted. Thank you.
Thomas, followed by Mbekele.
Mayor Mahan and council members, my name is Thomas Knight, and I am a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Board of Silicon Valley. It is crucial to recognize that most of the endorsements for the mayor's plan come from individuals who are securely housed. They often refer to the homeless as these people, speculating on their needs. The voices of individuals with lived experience of homelessness and those who serve them are predominantly opposing the mayor's plan. They are the voices of authentic experience, and their insights are invaluable in crafting solutions that truly meet the needs of the homeless. If we truly care about the desires and needs of these people, let's not dismiss the voices and lived experiences of those directly affected by homelessness. We owe them our attention and our action. Adopt the memo from Council Members Davis, Ortiz, and Torres. Thank you very much.
Mbekele, followed by Peter.
Good afternoon. My name is Mila Bakala, a San Jose District 3 student and a member of San Jose Youth Climate Action. I'm here to ask that you do not implement MBA number 21, which would reduce the climate smart budget at today's meeting. Our city budget should be a sensible reflection of the needs of our city. Disregarding climate change won't make this issue disappear. It will make it worse and leave San Jose behind the rest of the world when further natural disasters force us to make sudden and expensive overhauls in the years ahead. If we don't act now, San Jose's future budgets will include far more climate spending to address a far more dire climate. Don't leave the next generation of taxpayers to solve the issues we know about and can address today. Thank you very much for your time.
Peter, followed by Steve.
Today by our youngest advocate, my 10-month-old Amelia. Apologies if she interrupts. I had the privilege of speaking yesterday during the public hearing. I'm grateful to have another opportunity today simply to lift up a memo that was issued today by Councilmember Torres calling for a study session on arts funding in San Jose. I really think you should pursue this as part of the budget motion, whatever is passed today, so that we can have a thorough conversation about this issue prior to next year's budget sessions. So that we're not running around like chickens with our heads cut off, with our hair on fire, having this conversation year over year. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Steve, followed by Manny. Steve Eckert.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you, council members, for all you do for our community. I'm Steve Eckert. CEO of Allen Rock Counseling Center. I've been working with children, youth, and families for 43 years now. Allen Rock Counseling Centers receives best funding to provide mentoring and chronic absenteeism intervention and prevention. While we appreciate the support and provided by the City of San Jose to best providers, the demand for our programs is much more than funded, the funded capacity. For example, in our best programs, we have 1 FTE addressing chronic absenteeism, when just one school district recently told me that 18 staff were needed to address the issue. Additional funding is critical to meet the need, and we ask that Council double down on the city's investment in prevention and intervention by adding $5 million to the best appropriation. The mayors acknowledge the importance of prevention and intervention.
Manny, followed by Kathleen.
Hello, my name is Mani Bakala, and I'm a 9th grade member of San Jose Youth Climate Action. I urgently request that you do not implement MBA number 21 to cut the Climate Smart budget, and that you reject all cuts in funding for climate action. Climate Smart has been an inspiring and successful program and must continue. These cuts would make it impossible to meet the net zero by 2030 goals that your council has already set. Since San Jose is a large city and polluter, any step backward in reducing our impact would endanger our citizens by allowing climate change to increase the frequency and severity of local natural disasters. It is also fiscally irresponsible to cut climate funding, as the research is clear from both economists and climatologists that the financial impact of under-mitigated climate change would be far larger than effective climate action. Don't say someone else will fix this for us. San Jose is the capital of Silicon Valley and an epicenter of innovation. Only we can solve our problems, and we must be leaders in this effort. Please preserve climate.
Kathleen, followed by Araceli.
Hello. I was there until after 11 p.m. last night and listened to every speaker with respect and compassion. My concerns as a San Jose business owner, homeowner, and parent are the same as theirs. I do not take the approach of being on one side or the other. I have the same amount of compassion for the homeless population as for the business owners barely surviving, the citizens scared to have their homes and cars broken into, and all the taxpayers who have lost their parks, trails, and creeks. The quality of life has diminished for everyone. Homelessness is a global issue, but some countries have tackled the problem successfully. The common denominator among the best is the priority of housing, getting people off the streets. I support Mayor Mahan's proposal. I want to see as many homeless people as possible out from under bridges, the parks, the creeks, the street. With the services being provided, I want to see the attitude of a hands up instead of a perpetual hands out. I grew up quite poor, but learned to be self-reliant and hold myself accountable for all things. A hot meal and a hygiene.
Araceli, followed by Chris.
Hello, my name is Araceli Gutierrez, and I am here in support and solidarity of survivors of the streets. I urge you to support the Davis, Torres, and Ortiz plan, the only plan that makes sense and makes the most of the investment in affordable housing. Take the funds for emergency interim housing from the inflated police budget and maintain the Measure 8 allocations. Thank you.
Chris, followed by Oscar.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and City Council. My name is Chris Sturkin with Sacred Heart Community Service, and also one of your neighbors to the north on the Redwood City Council. But I'm speaking strictly as an individual today. I stand with survivors of the streets and urge you to support the Davis Ortiz Torres plan for Measure E. The housing crisis does not stop at city or county lines, and we can only solve this issue if we work together. And that means preserving critical affordable housing funding. Not to mention, it will help you with your arena goals. In the spirit of intercity cooperation, I respectfully encourage you to preserve Measure E funding, and I look forward to working more closely with you to address our mutual issues going forward. Please support the Davis Ortiz Torres plan. Thank you.
Oscar, followed by Olivia.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oscar Quiroz Medrano. I urge you to support Council Members David Ortiz and Torres on Measure E for permanent affordable housing. This plan funds in the city budget for interim housing and homeless support services while maintaining previous Measure E funds allocations. We all realize the need to provide a temporary shelter for individuals seeking housing, and this is a plan that helps to meet the need and invest in permanent affordable housing solutions for them to get the help they need and keep them housed. We should keep the plan together. We need to get to the root problem, which is privatizing and commodifying land by enabling community members to stay in the housing they live in. This is why I urge to support Torres, David, and Ortiz's plan. Thank you.
Olivia, followed by Jeffrey. And as a reminder, we're cutting public comments off at 3. So we have 8 minutes. Olivia?
Good evening. My name is Olivia Ortiz. I am here to ask you to support the memo from Councilmember Davis, Ortiz, and Torres on Measure E for permanent affordable housing. This plan keeps the promise made to voters for Measure E funds. Measure E funds should be used to create and preserve affordable housing. We need to invest in permanent solutions. This plan also finds funding in the city's budget for interim and homeless support services while maintaining previous Measure E funds allocation. We urge the City Council to vote for the plan created by Councilmember Deb Davis, Omar Torres, and Peter Ortiz. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan, followed by Bob.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan with Working Partnerships USA. On behalf of our organization and our colleagues with the South Bay Labor Council and the Building Trades Council, really want to thank you all for the incredible thoughtfulness that's gone into this process. I think we're all trying to figure out how do we balance the long-term and the short-term goals of the city. After reviewing the memo submitted by council members, we'd encourage this council to pass a June message and operating budget, which adopts the Davis, Ortiz, and Torres memo, and then looks to also either directing staff or identifying additional funds to support the additional staffing and interim shelter needs identified by council members Cohen and Jimenez. Lastly, I would encourage you to support the proposal from council members Davis, Ortiz, Torres, Batra, Doan, and Candelas around not accepting the reduction in Med 30 recommended by staff, and to fund some of the positions identified in these memos through use of the future.
Bob, followed by Danica.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. One thing that I wanted to revisit here is encourage everybody to go and read the proposition or Measure E again. As I read it on the county clerk's website, Measure E was intended to be used for transitional housing and supportive services to help deal with the homeless. And while the initial allocation skews things towards permanent housing, I think there's a group of chronically homeless people that are not being served at all. They have no representation. All the organizations I've heard so far are people that are helping people that are better equipped to live day in and day out. They're not chemically dependent. They're not mentally ill. I served on a board for a homeless shelter, and we identified the folks that we're talking about as being the most.
Danica, followed by Juan Lujano.
Good afternoon. My name is Danica Kubota. I'm an incoming college freshman, District 6 resident, and co-lead of the San Jose Youth Climate Action Team. I strongly ask that you do not incorporate MBA 21 into the city's budget, which would decrease the city's climate smart budget by $200,000. The funding that would be removed would make it much more difficult to ideate and execute impactful, effective climate policy. As a large city in the heart of Silicon Valley and a longtime agent of climate action, San Jose has the power to effect large-scale change. We are a model for cities across our state, our nation, and the world. And cutting the climate smart budget would not only erase the positive change that we've made in the form of restored habitats and increased biodiversity, but also increase the negative impacts of climate change without as many resources to counteract them. Time is running out. We as a society need to take direct action against climate change, and reducing the climate budget now would be quite the opposite. It would harm our communities more than it would help them. We cannot remain idle. We must take action for the futures of our families, friends, communities, and cities. I strongly urge you to vote against.
Juan, followed by Dan.
Good evening, Council, or good afternoon. My name is Juan Angel Lujano, and I asked you to support the memo from Council members Davis, Ortiz, and Torres on Measure E for permanent affordable housing. This plan finds funding in the city budget for interim housing and homelessness support services while maintaining previous Measure E fund allocations. We recognize that the need to provide temporary shelter for individuals seeking housing, and this plan helps meet that need and invest in permanent and affordable housing solutions for them to go to. And I'm also really wanting to ensure that there's a true common sense approach when dealing with those overall services needed to provide permanent housing for our homeless community members. So vote on the correct plan, which is the Davis, Torres, and Ortiz memo. Thank you.
Elvera, followed by Maria.
Hi there, my name is Elvira Faria. I'm a District 2 resident and community leader. I'm asking council to vote today no on the mayor's June 9th memo with regards to Measure E, as it breaks the city's promise to voters. EIH is an important tool for temporarily housing people, but without increasing permanent affordable housing, the success rate of moving residents into permanent housing is severely compromised. Rue Ferrari EIH residents are terrified because they cannot find homes after 6 months, and they will have to return to the streets. Right now, the city spends about $17.5 million annually on its 6 existing interim housing sites. In comparison, affordable housing does not have an ongoing cost component. Redirecting Measure E funds could impact the county's ability to leverage state and federal dollars, which would pause some developments. In the long run, it costs less to build affordable housing than operate and maintain tiny homes that are not permanent solutions. Please do not alter the allocation.
Maria.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Martinez. I am resident District 5 and also staff at Somos Mayfair and Family Resource Center, and ask you to support the memo from Council Member Davis, Ortiz, and Torres and Measure E for permanent affordable housing. As I work in the Family Resource Center, I hear a lot of stories for the family that struggle in the housing. Please support and this measure, and we urge the city's council to vote for the plan created by Council Member Davis, Omar Torres, and Peter Ortiz to live housing, to create housing for these people. They struggle to eviction and homeless. Thank you.
Liz Holtz, and Liz, you'll be our final speaker.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. I know you guys have a lot of difficult decisions to make today. I want to let you know that I fully support both interim and permanent housing. When I was working with the Alameda Business Association, I did see how long it does take to actually develop and plan and build a project, which is a long time. It's a 5-year process, even with expedition. But the other thing is, I want to, also let you know, it's very important that as we get people out of the homeless encampments and into supportive housing, that we have their animals go with them, and that means that they need to be spayed, neutered, and vaccinated according to those regulations. Please support the shelter funding and TNR programs. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. Okay, we're back. Just before we jump in, 2 points. Number one, there were a few public comments about the Climate Smart Plan, and that's MBA 21. I just want to make sure everyone is clear. MBA 21 was put out by the Budget Office to create a menu of potential trade-offs that council could make should a member of the council put forward a spending proposal that that wasn't funded, and there would be some discussion of what trade-offs we could make. So that memo is not a proposal to cut the things in that list. That is a menu of options for the council should someone want to identify something that the administration feels, well, they're not advocating should be cut, is something that could be accounted for, and here's how much it would cost, so that people would have a menu of options. But there is no proposal in the current June message or the city manager's proposed operating budget to cut the things on that list. I just want to be extra careful because I think a few people who saw that MBA got very worried that there was a proposal to cut the things on the list, which is not the case. Second, I know that the Budget Office, Jim Shannon, Jim, you and your team have put together some charts and tables here to make sure we are all starting from the same understanding of the numbers. Do you want to, before we dive into conversation, just kick off with, or give us the kind of walkthrough of the data?
Yeah, Mayor, that would be great if that works for you all.
I think it's a good starting place.
Great. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. I'm here, again, just to, because this is an item for both the Measure E reallocation and the June budget message, just to show basically on a couple of slide decks the different options for the Measure E reallocations out there. It's a little bit of a recombination of the memorandum that was released on Friday to sort of consolidate all the plans. And again, as the mayor said it earlier, sort of another way to look at the numbers here. So hopefully this is helpful for the conversation. And so this first slide here represents looking at the different spending allocation buckets that are identified in City Council Policy 1-818 regarding the spending of Measure E revenues. These are the different buckets that the revenues would be spent out of. And so the total amount that would be available in 23-24 would be about $137 million. And the numbers here reflect the different ways in which the proposed operating budget, the June budget message, the memorandum from Councilmembers Cohen and Jimenez, and the memorandum from Councilmembers Davis, Torres, and Ortiz would allocate those funds. So really just a representation here about the different funding pots. And there's an asterisk there for the program administration line item because it's kind of important to the later conversation. It does include about $4.3 million for about full-time positions, for 4 full-time positions in the housing department to support the coordination of homeless outreach services, 3 positions in the city manager's office for enhanced homeless data analysis policy work and interdepartmental interagency coordination to fund those positions over a 3-year period. So those are to support homeless work, but because they're actually not delivering the active services, they're there in the program administration line item, which is why you see that long-winded asterisk there. So the next couple of slides sort of walk through at a high level some of the larger categories here. And so here we see the amounts that would be available for affordable housing within, these are just Measure E dollars only. So there's other dollars that are out there. This is just looking at Measure E itself. And so we've got, again, so going from left to right, we have the proposed budget through the council members' memo from Davis, Torres, and Ortiz. We have the affordable housing funding that from the last NOFA that is the same across all 4 options to preserve that funding there. There's an $11 million inflation reserve for previously approved projects that exist in the proposed budget and in the Davis et al. Memo. We have the commercial space for affordable housing, again, previously approved projects, but had some commercial space components that weren't yet approved, and so those are all consistent across. A piece for land acquisition and preservation, which only exists in the proposed budget. And then there is a funding for a new NOFA. So the 2021 is the old NOFA. There will be funding for a new NOFA under the 3 plans that are not in the proposed budget. So the June message, Cohen Jimenez, Davis, Torres, and Ortiz, split between extremely low and moderate income. So you can see the different levels of affordable housing investment across all of those different allocations. And then here is a representation of those investments to reduce unsheltered homelessness. So there's kind of too many here to really sort of go through all of these. But what I do include on here is those program administration piece at the very bottom 2 rows there for homeless response staffing and CMO coordination team, as those do support the homeless work efforts. So you can see how the dollars are spread across the 4 different plans. I think, one of the things that is common amongst the other plans, not the proposed budget, is the use of the intended use of future ending fund balance that may become available as part of the annual report process over the next 2 years. So all 3 of those plans direct the administration to prioritize any additional available ending fund balance in the general fund to support this work here. So that green would be added then to the totals that are bolded in black there. And so that's, again, this is more of a reference for your future conversation. Probably not enough time to sort of go through each line, but just to make sure that you're aware that it's there. And then we have the other allocations here that weren't referenced previously. We've got the line item essentially for homelessness prevention, which the proposed budget had doubled the base allocation from $4.8 million to effectively $9.5 million The other three plans revert back to the base allocation for the 23-24 revenue amounts. We've got an amount here for the Measure E Revenue Stabilization Reserve. What this reserve is intended to function as is if Measure E revenues are lower in either the current year or the next year, any reduction in revenue then would be offset by this reserve instead of impacting other potential other commitments that are made elsewhere in the Measure E allocations. And then we've got the ongoing program administration piece, which is $2.5 million. That represents the 23-24 revenue. So you take 5% off of the top of the $50 million for 23-24, and we fund ongoing positions in the base budget with that revenue there. And at risk of putting more numbers there, this is when we're thinking about the amounts that will be reallocated from affordable housing uses to homeless and other uses, which would be, again, which is what triggers the 2/3 requirement. These are how those dollars are split up amongst the various sources. There is a blank under the rows for council members Davis, Torres, and Ortiz because their memorandum seeks to keep the existing allocation in City Council Policy 1-18, so there is no reallocation there, which is why you see those rows blank there. There is, of course, other funding for homelessness that we talked about previously from the existing allocations, but they're just blank here just to show that everything would be according to the existing allocation. So you have that representation there. And then just talk a little bit about what some of the implications are of the different plans. And this is, it's probably not a perfect attempt, but tries to get at sort of what some of the discussion has been, because I think that certainly all the council here and the different plans are seeking to address the issue of unsheltered homelessness, and there's a balance with also the affordable housing needs. And so I think what we want to show here is some of the key work objectives and work efforts that the council wants the administration to engage in, and kind of talk about them between levels of certainty and from more certain to less certain. And the reason why we are thinking about that way is when we start tapping the ending fund balance in the general fund, we start trading a funding source that we know of, which is these Measure E revenues now, for potential revenue that may become available later in the ending fund balance. Certainly a viable option. There's just less certainty that that funding will be available at the desired amounts. And also that funding would then also become available later in the process. And so that has implications about how quickly maybe the administration could be moving to take advantage of new opportunities, et cetera. Again, the goal is the same, but the certainty to achieve those goals sort of moves from, although it's hard to see on the screen, from darker green essentially to a lighter green to a white there. And one of the things that I will point out, what makes it tricky, the staff that I had mentioned previously, so those housing staff and the city manager's office staff become pretty important to help, especially drive a lot of the policy work and getting folks into the different units to identify some of the new sites. So that's kind of critical staffing component that becomes a little bit harder to get at if they become available later in the budget cycle. I do want to make a couple notes, though. When we think about developing and operating 1,000 interim housing units, I think that's an important figure. It's, we wrote a whole MBA on it, and it's really critical. So the direction that we currently have in prior council, which has been reaffirmed by this council, is when we commit and that development for a new interim housing site starts, when we start the construction on that site, that same memo where we bring forward authorization of that construction, we bring forward a recommendation to make that a committed addition to the general fund forecast in future years, such that if we don't see enough funding that's out there available from state or federal or other sources, the general fund starts to make up the difference. And so it is, so to call, what those future ongoing operation costs are going to be, which could be substantial. So they could rise to $60 million if everything sort of gets built out. Those are substantial resources that would become commitments of the general fund on an ongoing basis should we, not be able to find other sources. And surely there will need to be some component of general fund mix in the future. The question is really how much, but it could be substantial. And so the certainty levels there is a sort of a reflection of the degrees, but there's always going to be uncertainty in this process as we move forward into future years. And so I just want to point that out there. Again, but the reason why it's sort of darker in the left-hand side and sort of lighter at the end is sort of having those funds in hand now gives us a little bit more certainty to go ahead and develop those sites, make sure we feel good about the early years of the operation of those sites. And so that's just a little bit of the treatment there. I don't want to spend too much time on the trade-offs, but just give it an idea of sort of how the administration was thinking about these different plans that are out there. And then my last slide is super wonky. It's just there is different resolutions that the city manager's office and the city attorney's office has put before you to approve the different Measure E allocations. There's options for a 2/3 vote. There's options for a majority vote. And so I think as you all get into your discussion, make your motions, we can just help clarify just to make sure we're hitting the right resolution when those votes come up. So I think with that, I will go ahead and end my presentation.
Great. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the extra context and analysis there. I think it's helpful. Okay, so to council discussion, and we'll go to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you, Jim and Jackie and Rachel and Lee and Jennifer and your teams. I know we've all had you running around for the last 3 weeks. And as the mayor said, Jim, you've been great in creating spreadsheets and helping us figure out kind of what we're doing and the different plans that you've laid out so nicely here with the slides and the trade-offs among them. I just want to say we have Brown Act limitations, so I want to be clear about this. So there are only a few people that we can each have talked to already, and it is really clear to me, given the number of plans that we have here, that getting to a resolution is going to require some collaboration here on the dais. So in the spirit of working together, I'm going to ask staff some questions that were part of our conversation. So I want to make sure everybody's on the same page and then kind of walk through, before I run out of time, as much as I can about the thinking of our memo. So that's the memo that I wrote with council members Torres and Ortiz. And then I just want to be clear, I'm not planning to make a motion this first time around because I want to see where everybody is, and then hopefully we can figure out how to get to a deal that we can actually pass today, which I know staff is very motivated to have us do. So with that, I'm going to have some questions for Rachel and Jackie, if you want to come down. But I did want to ask, I don't know if this is for Jim or Lee or Jennifer, about so we had to make some hard choices in wanting to keep a majority vote. Just to be honest, it was going to be hard to get to 8, not knowing where the votes were for a large number of people. And that was why we just moved things around within the existing categories. So I want to be clear about that, and we made some hard choices in doing that. So one of the questions I do want to ask is, in our memo, we asked for coming back with ending fund balance to fund the positions that were requested by both housing and the CMO. And Omar, if you want to come down, please do feel free. But I want to ask the question, what are the implications of putting those new staffing into the ending fund balance allocation? And Jim, if you want to start, and if the rest of if Lee or somebody wants to chime in, that would be great.
Great, yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, I'll give it a shot here. So certainly, putting those positions in the ending fund balance, one delays when those positions will be formally authorized. So to authorize a FTE, we need to have budget that's behind it. And so that budget really wouldn't become available until the budget was appropriated by the city council. And so there are, of course, some things, knowing that it is the intent to ultimately fund those, hopefully, we would try to do as much preparatory work as we could, to get the recruitments ready and to kind of, get all that. But that can only take us so far because we have to make sure we have, they are indeed 3-year limited positions. That would give us a little bit more of a runway. And so those positions are really going to be important as, council is, continuing wanting to work with the administration to identify, new ways to address the unsheltered homelessness, additional policy work. We had talked some about it up there. We have policy work related to lived-in vehicles. We have policy work related to different encampment sites, the ability to continue to develop the existing sites. So I know the public works staffing is only slightly funded in the memo that you have, and I know that was also something that we had talked about. So it limits our ability to engage in that work and really puts a pause on it. I think for the housing department staff, that's, Jackie and Rachel can clarify if need be. That will, those staff really become important probably a little bit later on in the fiscal year as we need those staff to manage some of the enhanced contractual services that is provided. So there is, in your memo, I think there is a 3.7 million for the contractual services. So that staff becomes pretty important for that piece and help place folks into these new sites that we want to stand up or get them into a better sheltered condition. So it just delays our ability to better engage in that work. That's my initial shot.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want to ask, so when we were making these decisions, we really were talking about the difference in outcomes and really wanting to place the majority of our money where the outcomes are the best. So I did want to ask you, Rachel and Jackie, what are the outcomes for permanent housing and interim shelter in terms of keeping people permanently off the streets?
So in terms of permanent housing, we actually have statistics that look over time to see if they remain housed. And so that statistic ranges annually anywhere between 92 to 96% of the people after 1 year remain in permanent housing. And what I realized as I was looking at the statistics that we've been reporting out in interim housing, what we've been reporting out is the exit. So where did they go? But we have not been tracking, as we do in our other system, do people actually stay housed? And the one other point that I wanted to make, so 50% moved into a permanent location. And of that 50%, 78% needed an affordable housing subsidy in order to exit the site. So that means they either used rental assistance, or they went into a permanent supportive housing development, or they went into an affordable housing site. They used a voucher. So it was a full range of affordable housing options, but they could not overwhelmingly have exited the system without some support. And then 29% went into an interim housing solution, but what we don't know is, of that 29%, what were their outcomes? Did they eventually get housed? Did they move into another one? And so that's some of the additional work that we're going to have to really drill down into so that we can actually compare those two statistics so they're apples to apples.
Thank you. And another key piece that we discussed and how we got to the size of a NOFA that we did was the piece for acquisition and rehab. And Rachel, you and I had a conversation about this, and I just want to put it out there for everybody. When we do acquisition and rehab, which I think we haven't done, and so we talked about making that direction to add it to the NOFA, what income levels do we need to include for that?
Thank you. Rachel Vanderveen, Assistant Director with the Housing Department. For acquisition rehab, it's really important to have a wide range of income levels because, again, the purpose of this is to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, but also to avoid displacement, right? And so what generally happens is that there may be one or two residents that live in that building who actually have a moderate income. And so what we want to do is ensure that they can continue to live there and they can just pay a moderate income rent to continue to live there. And then some of the other rents can be lower. So it's actually a range within a building. So we like to see, we want to have the ability to go up to moderate, but then go down as low as we can at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And that's just for my colleagues on the council, that's why we included all three of the income levels in the direction for the NOFA to be able to include that for not just acquisition and rehab, but also to get more of a true mixed income. So we hadn't been using that in the past. I see I have exactly a minute and a half left. So the other thing that I want to say to give people things to think about is I think it's really important that we send a strong message that we are and remain committed to building new permanent affordable housing. And we need to send that message to affordable housing developers, so they will continue to identify and develop local sites, even though Measure A funds have been depleted. We need to send that message to the region, so they will give our county our due share in any regional measure that will come forward, that may come forward. That's being discussed now. And perhaps most importantly, and this is the point that I really wanted to make last, is we need to send that message to our county counterparts who are our partners in the community plan to end homelessness. And there's a recommendation in there about staff working together on that. And I just want to be clear with everyone, because I haven't been able to talk to you all and tell you all this, that I have spoken with some of our colleagues at the county about our memo and the need to work more closely together on our roles and responsibilities so that we can meet the goals set forth in the community plan to end homelessness, and especially the 3 that we called out in our memo. And I just want to say that I was very glad to hear that they agree that we are in this together and we need to do this work together. And in fact, the county has been opening new non-congregate shelters, including 2 in my district, one that was already opened over a year ago and one that's planned. And that's a very good thing, because we just heard from Jim how substantially expensive it's going to be to continue to run shelters, and maybe we don't need to continue doing that and shouldering that whole burden. So my time is up. I have a lot more to say, and I'll push my button again, but I really want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Hopefully we can come to a resolution.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate the comments. I'm sure we will go around at least a couple times. Appreciate your point about collaboration with the county, and fully agree. I have a monthly meeting with Board President Ellenberg, and we've also convened senior city staff a few times now, and certainly are looking for ways to leverage each other's resources. I've also heard pretty clearly from Board President Ellenberg that she thinks that having the city be more directly in the lane of the interim and immediate solutions while the county continues to pursue long-term permanent affordable is a very appropriate division of labor, though we'll never entirely be in separate lanes, and we'll certainly be collaborating. Unfortunately, have not, as has been the case for quite a few years now, been able to get the county to agree to fund services at our interim sites, which is something we've got to continue to work toward. And I'm hopeful in the long run we'll get there if we keep talking and finding a path forward. So I just wanted to share that, because I'm in a very regular conversation with county leadership on these issues. Councilmember Ortiz is next.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start out just by sharing my thanks to the Budget Office staff for your excellent work, and really the many staff here at the City of San Jose who've worked diligently to produce a balanced budget. I know that my team personally and myself are excited to deliver on a budget that uplifts working families here in the City of San Jose. As I knocked on doors during my campaign, I heard concerns about the impacts, of course, of the unhoused and the blight that unfortunately plagues our city streets. Though above all else, I saw the realities in which many of our working class families are forced to live in. I witnessed overcrowded homes, unsanitary conditions, and as a renter on this council, I myself have felt the fear of being evicted and left unable to find an affordable place to live. I listened as parents anguished as they explained that their rent is close to the same amount that they bring home in income, and because of that, they're unable to provide healthy meals and necessities for their children. And all of this is to say that I believe the most basic action we can take as a council is to address the affordability crisis and support working families and the unhoused community in San Jose. In order to increase the city's access to state funding, it's important to establish local funding sources. Without local money to close the gap between outside investments and the cost of affordable development, we lose access to those outside dollars like state funding. And I've said this many times, the city has only met 26% of its affordable housing goal. Therefore, it's clear and timely for us to protect the amount of affordable housing the city has. The proposal put forth by Councilmember Davis, Torres, and myself is a yes and approach, as it supports the current pipeline of affordable housing and addresses the root cause of homelessness. It gives breathing room to spending, to a spending plan that is beginning to demonstrate results, as San Jose's population is down 4.7% since last year, the first drop in 13 years. And it's been a surprise to me that I want to give kudos to those who have successfully rebranded a only 2-year-old strategy spending plan as the status quo. Maybe I can work with them so they can help me rebrand COPA, and I'll bring it back to the council. We know that affordable housing does not have an ongoing cost component for the city. And although the sticker shock may be a good speaking point, right? We know that majority of the city's contributions work as a loan for developers. We are repaid that money. It's the smartest investment we can make at a time when our families need it the most. We're making big strides already. Just last week, we moved to approve the Berryessa Safe Parking site, along with other interim sites. We are addressing our unhoused crisis, and doing so without jeopardizing the limited funding we have for affordable housing. And finally, the public deserves to know that the Davis-Ortiz-Torres memo does not require a supermajority vote. So to see an inherently trapping memo that forces a change to a rule being put forth is incredibly disingenuous and politicizes the guardrails that were established to protect the will of the voters. It's my hope that we recognize the value of the presented spending plan and we work to see it through. We should not be considering quick wins, that lack the investment necessary to impact lasting change. No, it's not the City Council's job to complete campaign promises or to help officials get reelected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the start of this conversation. Let me start first by thanking the Budget Office and Jim. Evenings, weekends, early mornings, for the last few weeks, I feel like you've been on call for all of us, and I know that it hasn't been an easy month, and you've done a great job. And then also all the summary you gave us today is really helpful as well. I want to thank you for everything from the beginning of this process to today, and I hope you'll have a great vacation starting next week. I do want to, since I'm starting there, I want to put up some slides and just talk a little bit about, if you can go back to the first slide and we'll talk through a few things. I know some of the folks in my Brown Act are frustrated by my spending so much time on the numbers. I'm a numbers person, but also the budget is numbers, so I think it's worth talking about them. Unfortunately, we got into this sort of discussion, which I think got very politicized, about an either-or. And I don't think any of us up here really want an either-or. And I think that we're all aligned on both being important. The question is, how many resources do we need for everything to be successful? My only objective through this process has been to preserve as much money as we can for low-income affordable housing, and but also to make sure that all the things that we've asked the city to do as far as interim housing can be successful. And we've asked for a lot. And yes, we've taken votes like we did last week to approve sites like the RV site, but we never really took any votes to fund them. So I want it to be clear. I mean, just because we passed a bunch of initiatives to open interim housing or to open an RV site doesn't mean we really adequately gave the staff the resources they need to do it successfully. So we have also been very cognizant over the last year or two about things that we've asked staff to do without giving them the extra resources they need to do it, and I'm particularly sensitive to the need for staffing that they need in order to make these successful. And I'll just tell you a great anecdote. We approved the RV parking site last Tuesday, and on Wednesday our office had a call from a person who lives in an RV who says, how do I get into that site? I've been wanting to find a place to live and put my RV. So I mean, the things we're doing are touching people and making an impact, and it's gratifying for me, and I think for everybody in the city staff who's working on this problem when these things start happening. So just to look on this chart, and let me just start with the very bottom row first. When Councilmember Jimenez and I put out our memo, I wasn't even thinking about that $10.2 million in reserve. That number is officially a reallocation, but in some sense is just set aside with the intention that it would be used, that it's money that's in the future NOFA for affordable housing. So, you know, I don't think I was ever wed to that number. If you take that number out, and we'll get to that next slide a little bit later, but if you take that number, actually I think slide, well, we'll get there later, but slide 5, if you take that number out, the reallocation that is asked for in the memo that Councilmember Jimenez and I wrote is $13 million. So it's not the magnitude of reallocation out of affordable housing, and I think it covers what we need in order to do both successfully. I'm also going to point out, I think it's really important that we maintain that $6.8 million in the program administration line. That's the line that funds the positions for several years. And I think we need a little bit more buffer in the line for homeless support and programs. And so the difference between the $32 million in line, what is that, line 5, and the $21 million in the in the keeping the not reallocating, the non-reallocation plan, that number is where I think we have to bring things closer together. Let me ask, I think I'll ask Jackie in your department. I think I've asked these questions before of several people, but you know, I know that we would, you know, want to do things at all incomes levels, but can you talk a little bit about the moderate income line and what you think we can do and where you think that might be best used in the coming year?
I'm going to have Rachel go ahead and take that. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have been thinking quite a bit about, you know, how to best utilize the moderate income piece of Measure E, and I really think that there's really two ways to go forward. One would be to fund moderate income within affordable rental housing developments, which we have done. We've done in little bits, but it's also it continues to be an opportunity. There's a state program that we can couple with that would work well for our local funding to work well with the CalHFA mixed income program. So that's an opportunity. And then the second opportunity I would just say is, as I mentioned earlier, related to acquisition rehab, because we again want to make sure we have a range of incomes when we kick off that program and look to acquire existing buildings so that we can avoid displacement of moderate income households who may be living in these buildings.
And let me just add one. There's a third one. The tax credit program was changed recently, and it allows you to go all the way up to moderate income as long as you have an average of AMIs at 45%. So we have found that some projects do kind of this barbell at moderate and extremely low income to get to that average. And the only way we've been able to subsidize the rental on the higher end is to have a little bit of a pot for moderate income housing. So while we're not going to do homeownership, we're not recommending that at all. We do feel to stay focused on rental housing. Having a small pot has been helpful on the rental side for those three reasons.
Okay, I appreciate that. I sort of having this feeling that right now the balance of priorities that we're going to have to decide as a council is where that amount of revenue is best spent in terms of our trade-off between the short-term interim housing solutions and the affordable housing solutions. So I'll just leave that point at that and ask you to go to slide 2 just for a second. If you look at slide 2, you'll see that our intention when we put out our memo was to try to get to the same number for the NOFA for extremely low and low income. And while we missed by about 1.8 million, we came pretty close to being the same on the NOFA for the low income. And again, that was also can be enhanced by the fact that the $10 million in reserve hadn't yet been Well, I think that is included here when you did this chart, I assume, because I'm surprised that those numbers were that close, given that we had the $10.2 million in the Measure E reserve. Can you address that, or?
No, that includes the $10.2 million reserve.
Right, that's what I figured.
still in
Okay,
there,
so
yeah.
we put the 10.2 million and don't reallocate it. We're pretty much at the same level of low-income NOFA. And then I'll just, on the slide 5, the last line, without the 10.2 million, the reallocation number we're talking about is 13 million, which is basically that moderate income level, that moderate income 12.7 million is pretty much gets us to the same level that we were aiming for. And really that isn't much different than what was in the mayor's June message, because there's extra money in the mayor's message for the well, there's $5 million less out of the ending fund balance is one reason. So those numbers are much closer together, about $3 million apart when we add that extra money in the ending fund balance. So I just wanted to summarize kind of some of the things on these charts that are important, and point out that I think that in reality we're all really not as far apart as the public comment and the rhetoric will lead people to believe. We're all trying to preserve affordable housing. We're all trying to make sure that we operate successfully the interim housing sites. Given my desire to have a large interim housing site at Cerrone in North San Jose, as we voted last week, and to open the RV site and make it successful, and to support the ones in other districts like the one we talked about in District 2 and the new one in District 9 at Cherry, I'm uncomfortable going with the straight unallocated budget, simply because we need some extra staffing and some extra money in our operations budget to make sure we can get through a couple years while we do all the great things that are outlined in the memo from Councilmembers Davis, Torres, and Ortiz to find partners who will help us in the long run. So I'll leave it there and see where the rest of the council wants to go.
Thank you, council member. Okay, people are being shy. We have other hands. Vice Mayor?
I too would like to thank the staff, both in Housing and Budget Office, for being so readily available, for answering every question, even though they were dumb questions or what have you, especially for us newbies who are just learning the process. And I want to thank my colleagues for trying to be very thoughtful. I really think that it is a situation, as Councilmember Cohen said, that we're looking for an and. It's not one or the other. We really, again, as Councilwoman Davis said, you know, we are looking for a pathway to be able to do both, having that pipeline of affordable housing, as well as being able to address our, need for emergency interim housing. You know, as I'm listening to all of the comments and yesterday and, from previous, I'm really delighted that we have Measure E. Other areas, I was thinking about this, other areas do not have any funding to address these needs. So the fact that we have that, I think it's, number one, incredible. And I know that I personally did not work on it, but I know a lot of people did. And so if we as council want to address the most pressing need, I think we need to decide how we want to invest. Because whether it's the long-term affordable housing and really having things in the pipeline, having emergency interim housing also has a cost, because not only are they current costs, but they're also ongoing costs. And at the end of the day, it's a matter of trade-offs. What are we willing to invest in? You know, our budget is really a reflection of our priorities, and if we believe that it is in fact a priority to have emergency interim housing as well as affordable housing, then let's put our money where our mouth is and really do it, and understand that in addition to Measure E funds, over the long haul, we're going to have to dip into the general fund. unless we have a good economy and money keeps on coming in, or we find alternative sources of funding, it's something that I think that as we move forward and make these decisions, we really need to understand that at the end of the day, we're going to make a commitment in the general fund as well. I think that as we look at trying to find a solution, we know that a one-size-fits-all strategy doesn't work, right? So as I've heard from housing and from advocates and others, we've learned over the last 2 years. Let's take those learnings and, if 6 months isn't the ideal, maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, maybe, you have to go on a case-by-case basis. And I think that staff is doing that. So I want to say thank you to staff. We need a continuum to help our unhoused residents from EIH to permanent affordable housing. And I really think that there are times when we're just going to have to try things, right? It may be uncomfortable, but I do think we need to try things. I think that we need to find a way to support the RV park. I think we need to find a way to support the new NOFA to be able to signal to our partners that yes, in fact, we are going to make these investments and that we're going to do above and beyond to try to get other funding, because I know that there are others who are interested in increasing funding. But I also think that we need to be more deliberate, and my hope is that we're able to come to some kind of agreement as to how we move this forward to do both and have that and. I think that everyone on the dais here has really spent countless hours working through and building the budget and reflecting, collective values. And I really want to say thank you to my colleagues. I think it's a little bit difficult, as Councilmember Davis said, that, we don't get the whole picture because we can't talk to each other. So this is a dialogue that we need. And, I'm hoping to hear from the rest of my colleagues, because at the end of the day, I feel that we need to move it forward. And I think that we need to do a little bit more. What that number is or how that is, I don't know. I think we'll come to it together. But we need to find some resources for the emergency interim housing to be able to fund the positions necessary, even for an interim time, to be able to move the needle forward, provide the services that are necessary. So, no matter what happens today, I think that this process is not just going to end here. I mean, we'll make a decision, but it's not going to end here. And I know that as it sort of develops, we'll get better and better at it. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Since folks are holding back, I'll go ahead and offer a few reflections, and I want to start by thanking my Brown Act group. As has been mentioned, it is frustrating to not be able to have some back and forth with everybody on the council outside of the meeting, but that is the law for good reason. I want to thank Vice Mayor Kamei and Councilmember Foley for working very closely on helping my team and I craft the JUN message, which does, just for the record, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what's being proposed. Certainly not either or. It is definitely a both and proposal to put $50 million into the immediate urgent solutions of interim housing, safe parking, rapid relocation that we need, while putting $50 million into new money for new affordable housing, while preserving our $36 million commitment to existing previously approved affordable projects. So it very much is an all of the above strategy. I also want to thank Council members Cohen and Jimenez, who throughout the process, also in our Brown Act, were extremely collaborative and communicative, and offered a lot of different proposals and ideas, and put together what I thought was a really thoughtful memo. It does bring down a bit the amount of funding for immediate solutions, but gives us some of the flexibility and frankly certainty we need that the city's going to be committed to standing up and operating these interim solutions. So the way I look at it is, I think there's some good news here, which is that we clearly all really want to address homelessness. We want to support our working families. We know we need both. So luckily there is a lot of common ground here that we need both. And from the March message, which called for both, all the way through the process, despite a lot of the rhetoric, I think it's been clear to me that the council believes in both. I think the only real question here is the mix in our portfolio. And actually, there's another whole category that we're not talking too much about, which is prevention. So Measure E, very clearly from the beginning, it's about housing and homelessness. From day one, we've had different categories. Nobody here is suggesting that we create new categories of spending. I would submit to you that the primary reason to have the suggested 2/3 policy, which is not what we passed, obviously, at the ballot box. That was a simple bare majority, which means it's a general tax. But the council policy, I think, was really intended to keep us from one day deciding these dollars need to go to hiring more police or extending library hours. And I think we want to make clear, and I think wherever we land today, we are going to reaffirm our commitment to keeping the Measure E dollars squarely focused on homelessness and housing solutions. So really what the question boils down to is a judgment call each of us has to make. And I certainly don't envy my colleagues. These trade-offs are extremely hard, and the intention is not in any way to pit one against the other, but I do want us to acknowledge that there's a trade-off. A dollar we spend on prevention or interim can't be spent on the long-term permanent affordable, and vice versa. A dollar we put into affordable can't be spent for the RV side or the interim side. It's just the physics of the matter. And so the question we face is, at a moment where we have 4,500 people living in tents and vehicles in totally unsheltered conditions, where 246 people died last year, where we know that the longer we leave people out there in unsheltered conditions without consistent access to services, their conditions worsen and it becomes harder for them to ever pull things together and have high levels of self-sufficiency again, where we know that the tax on our other public systems is significant, including financial costs and burnout to public service workers, estimated at over $65,000 a year in costs in terms of emergency room visits, police response, fire response, trash pickup, and not even accounting for the impact on access to public space and the impacts on our small business community and quality of life issues. In a moment where we have 4,000 plus people outside and all of those costs on our public systems and all of those impacts on the community, and most importantly, the suffering and frankly, the death that we see out there, should we continue to have our portfolio, our approach, be 80-20 toward the long-term solution that unfortunately is tackling a problem that I fear, just based on the math, will be with us for decades? And I wish that wasn't the case. I will be the first in line to campaign for the regional housing measure and to call on the state and federal government to put more dollars into affordable housing. We have a shortage of tens of thousands of units. The flip side is that shortage equates to billions, tens of billions, and tens of billions of dollars. So we will have an affordable housing shortage for decades, and we need to do everything in our power to advocate to the state and federal government to send down more dollars. We've passed Measure E to help, but we're going to need tens of billions. And I worry that if we say that we have to wait to address the affordable housing shortage for everyone who needs it, with a solution that's extremely slow and expensive, though necessary and important and valuable to those who get access to that housing, we are making an implicit decision to leave thousands of people out on the streets without any stability and security and consistent access to services. So my hope would be that we could get to a place where we rebalance a bit to meet the incredible suffering and urgent need. And frankly, what our community, I think more than anything, is calling out for. Number one question I got across the city was, what are you going to do to accelerate the rate at which we can get people out of encampments? What are you going to do to get people out of encampments now? And I just don't think those folks can wait 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. I don't think our community and our city can. This is an existential issue for our community. So my hope would be that given all that, we could see a way to rebalancing toward more immediate solutions and stability for the folks suffering on our streets while still sending a very clear signal that we're going to continue to be committed to subsidizing permanent affordable housing until we no longer need to, and that may be for the rest of our lifetimes, frankly. So we're going to maintain that commitment, but that to me is the rationale for rethinking what is effectively an 80-20 split toward very slow and expensive long-term solutions, whereas it feels to me we should be much closer to 50-50 given the crisis on our streets and the impacts on our entire community. So that's a bit of the rationale. I see that these comments, unlike usually happens, have not inspired any of my colleagues to want to chime in and offer the counter argument. I guess we have Councilmember Batra online. Are you alone, Councilmember?
I am trying to speak, yes.
Yes, if you're alone, you may speak. If you're not, you should tell us.
And I want to speak.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
All right. Mayor and the council members and the city staff, Jim, you've done an amazing job of putting together this very complex and a budget, mayor's first budget, under the conditions when we are facing the biggest humanitarian suffering and crises of our lifetime, with no solutions, immediate solutions available. Each day the problem has been rising. So the comments which, Mayor, you just made, describing where we have the money, where we have the problem, what balance might be better than what it started out. I just want to go and catch that the homelessness problem, when I have walked around in the community meetings, association meetings, neighborhood meetings, and the people who I'm not even trying to meet, they have stopped and asked, what are you guys going to do about this homelessness? Homelessness, of course, is a big suffering on the part of the people who are there. It is also a big suffering on the part of the sheltered. It's on the part of the city itself. We are no longer the 10th largest city. We have lost population. We are losing businesses because we are not suitable enough for them to be able to live here and enjoy the beautiful life we offer. So as a threat to our life, we have to do the right thing for our homeless people. And when we talk about helping the low income, the extremely low, there's one more category, which is called the zero income or no income, no house, no address, no hope, no future, unless we take them to some temporary place. When they have an address, they have some sympathizers, they can have a trust in them, and then they can start rebuilding their life. That is what the role of EIH or the interim housing is, to give these people a chance to be, instead of hated in their neighborhood because they're living in the tents, be welcome in their neighborhood because they are rebuilding their life. Get the help of the neighbors who really want to do that. They just need to have an opportunity to be able to do it. So the interim housing is a phenomenal thing. It's not a place where people live 6 months. This is where they rebuild their life and they become productive members of the society. I became council member on January 30th. On March 25th, I was lucky enough to be hosted by Jackie and Jim Martble at the EIH located in Monterey and Bernal. I walked every inch of that space and I tried to talk to several people, which I got the chance. I talked to 3 people. She told me, this woman who had been homeless, where she had come from, where she was going, and you could see the glimmer of hope in her eyes. She gladly described how EIH, having a place there, has helped given her the esteem, self-esteem, the confidence in her future. And she was hopeful that soon she is going to be out of that place and have a job. And once she is out of that place, what was she going to do? She was going to come back and volunteer to help other people who are in the same predicament and are getting the help from the same place. So the importance of EIH needs to be fully understood and appreciated. And some people made a comment, oh, those people get worried that after 6 months they're going to get kicked out. Well, that's not the truth, right? The truth is that they stay there as long as they need to be able to move to the next place or the right place. And average, on the average, it has been around 170 days, some longer, some shorter. And we hope that number stays pretty good, that 170 days gives people enough chance to find either the is voucher, rental assistance voucher, or some of them they connect back with their families and other means which allow them to have a sheltered place without having to be on the rough surfaces of the streets. And having these women being in this unsheltered, unsafe places, the predators are out there in our society. Do we really have the nerve to be able to look any one of them in their face and say, no, we were busy building houses at $1 million a unit, which will be available 5 years down the road. And it will help the people and it will house them very well. But we couldn't help you when you were out there exposed to these predators. I don't have the nerve to do that. Some others may. But I've seen all our council members have agreed that our problem is real. And the solution is also real, that we need to provide these people shelter. And we need to work on the permanent housing. Permanent housing, as Mayor you just described, is going to take billions of dollars if we continue to do the way we are doing. That is the reason why I wrote the request to housing to come up with streamlined arrangements for building these new houses, expedite these houses, reduce the cost. From day one, day two, I was in the council. In that meeting, I said we need more houses at lower cost and sooner. And that is why I wrote that memo, an MBA 30, which does not have any cost implications for 23-24 budget, works on those items, expediting, and Jackie and Chris both have written in there that they're going to look into streamlining the process, making it more that it can grant the permits quickly, and that would save money and will save the time for the developers, and hence it may reduce the cost. As a result, I believe we can do both, but we cannot do it at the 80-20 rule. And some people have raised the questions about the technicalities. That is Measure E allowed to really do what we are trying to do with the homelessness? Yes, it does. And I'm one of those sticklers who does not like things move around that quickly. You might have remembered me when I was talking about Measure T funds being moved for other purposes. And I didn't. I read the Measure E's description. It did allow us that we could do it for homelessness and affordable homes. But our council chose that at that time, the data available, that the best distribution might be 18-20. That was the data, that was the judgment. The data has changed, situation has become worse, and we need to really look at it. Is 80-20 still the number we want to hang on to? There's no question we can change it, and we should change it. Let's find the right balance. Mayor, you said a 50-50 number. Somebody else may propose something else, but I think that's the discussion we need to have. It's no question that we have to do the EAH and we have to read apportion these numbers and what is the right number. Let's all work together to find the right number, which serves our communities very well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate your comments. Okay, looks like we're going back around for a second round. I'm just going to pause for a moment in case any of my colleagues who have not chimed in yet would like to share their perspectives. It'd be great to hear from colleagues, your thoughts. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Completely understand your viewpoint about sheltering. I do want to say I think we have more discussions to have with the county about that. I understand that your discussions with President Ellenberg have been about our existing shelters, our city-run shelters, and them not wanting to cover those services. I sort of think that means that maybe we shouldn't be doing more sheltering if they're not going to cover those costs, and that we should have more of a discussion about when they were doing congregate shelter, and now we've moved to a model of non-congregate shelter, and the county has taken more of that on. So this is sort of pre-Measure A. They were doing sheltering, and we were using redevelopment funds to do affordable housing. And then with the loss of redevelopment and Measure A, those roles have kind of flipped, but Measure A has now been depleted, and there hasn't, and the county has taken on non-congregate shelter after seeing how we've done non-congregate shelter. So that's why I think a 50-50 split and going to adding on to 1,000 more units above the almost 1,000 that we are already doing and have in the pipeline doesn't really make sense for us. I think that, frankly, we don't have a plan for ongoing maintenance and operation of those shelters, as Jim was very clear about, and that the most likely scenario is that Measure E in the future will be used solely for sheltering activities if we go down this path today. So that's why in our memo, we chose to prioritize continuing to fill the pipeline for permanent affordable housing, because it is the long-term and only true solution to homelessness. And in fact, we've seen our city's unhoused population has decreased by 4.7% in the most recent point in time count. And I would argue that this is largely because of the pipeline connecting interim shelter to permanent housing. And Jackie had told us about the numbers that backs that up. So with that, I'm gonna move the memo by myself, Councilmember Ortiz, and Councilmember Torres, and I'm just going to strike, just for clarity, I'll strike the line at the beginning of the recommendation that says, approve the mayor's June budget message with the following modifications, because I know we want to do that separately. So I'm just going to strike that line. And let me see. I'll leave it there for now, and hopefully I'll get a second.
Second.
Thank you. And just say that I understand, Councilmember Cohen, your desire for staffing, and I'm okay with that. What I don't know is if we have 8 votes. So I'm not sure if we have 6, but I also don't know if we have 8 votes. I'm amenable to moving some funds from the moderate income to cover the staffing, and we can talk about whether we want to do that for 2 or 3 years. A lot of younger people only stay in jobs for 2 years, so it may not be that big of a deal if we cut it a little bit to do 2 years. I'm just putting that out there as a possibility. And you didn't talk about the amount you wanted for the buffer for operations and maintenance. So I'd like to hear more about that. And then the other thing I wanted to do, wow, I'm really talking a lot today. I save it up, you guys, is ask about the inflation reserve for previously approved projects. And I don't know if this is a Rachel or Jackie question, but you would put in there $11 million. We all know inflation's gone crazy. It was more for construction the last I heard about it. It may have changed since then, but how firm is that number? If we moved a little bit of money out of that number, what would be the implications of that?
Okay, thank you for the question. We arrived at the $11 million number by looking at our existing funding commitments, and under the delegation of authority to the housing director, the director has the ability to increase those funding commitments by 20% in order to address any costs that were unanticipated, which it doesn't always go to 20%, but it can. And then that way we can still close the deal without having to come back and ask for additional funds and everything. So what we did is we looked at all of the funding commitments that we've already made, and then we applied 20% to that. That's how we got to 11 million. I would say two things. I would say, again, it is not typical that we use 20% on every single one. So that's a fact. Number two, I think we do have a little bit of time on our side, because those basically, it's between the time that a funding commitment is made and the deal is actually closing on financing. That's kind of the period of time when we need to look to that reserve. There are definitely some of the developments that will happen in the next year, but some may actually be in the following year as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So I think that there's a little bit of room, but we would definitely want to hold, a portion of that money there, just so that we can continue to stand by our commitments.
Okay, thank you. So I would just like to say, I would invite amendments to maybe come from either the inflation reserve or previously approved projects, or some amount from there, and maybe some amount from the moderate income households, with the knowledge that we want to keep some amount in the moderate income households to meet those three goals that Jackie and Rachel were talking about, with the reason that we put the moderate income into the NOFA.
Okay, thanks, council member. So we have a motion on the floor, which is the Davis-Torres-Ortiz memo, simply striking approve the overall message, because we're going to take that up next.
Yes, and I'm hoping for some amendments.
Some amendments and other commentary. Appreciate that. I want to just quickly comment on a couple of the topics that have come up, and then I'll turn to my colleagues in a moment. One is this question of operating costs, and it's no doubt that should we fully build out what we've discussed, getting to 50-60 million a year in operating costs is no small amount of money. That's about 3.5% of our general fund. We have to see how revenues grow. I would argue, even at that magnitude, for what is arguably our greatest challenge and crisis as a city, that's a number I think we can handle. I think we will likely over time see Measure E revenue go up, which would imply that it would not consume all of the Measure E dollars. But I do think still, to me, there's a very strong moral and practical reason for quickly and as efficiently and cost effectively as possible creating placements for people to get out of unmanaged, unsheltered conditions. Just the suffering people are going through, the tax on the rest of the system. We will actually find savings by getting people out of tent encampments and unmanaged RVs. It won't be fungible. We won't be able to take the money from the emergency rooms or the fire department and spend them in other ways necessarily, but everyone else will get a better quality of service. And I think we'll see more investment in our city, more organic growth of the tax base. I think you'll see San Joseans want to spend more time and dollars, frankly, in our own city rather than going to Campbell for dinner. I always pick on Campbell. No offense to Campbell if anybody's listening from Campbell. I also want to note this conversation is actually playing out in all the big cities in the state right now. Mayor Karen Bass down in LA is leading the same discussion and pushing toward more interim solutions, getting people indoors faster. And I think what you'll see, and this is a little bit speculative, but based on conversations I've been in with the governor and others in Sacramento, I do think you will see state and federal dollars flow to solutions that get people out of unmanaged encampments faster. I don't think it'll cover all the costs, but we were strongly encouraged to apply for encampment resolution grants to help operate EIH and to go big. Ask for $10 million. I think you're going to see, I think we're in a fluid policy environment. I don't think anyone on this dais or hopefully anyone in Sacramento is going to say that we don't need to build a lot more housing. I suspect in the long run, a lot of the volume for that housing is going to come from us over time, removing barriers to private investment and building a lot more supply of market rate in addition to continuing to subsidize and chip away at this huge deficit of affordable housing that, again, I think is just going to be with us for decades. So I just want to note that I think there's a fluid environment. I worry about us taking a snapshot and it being super static and thinking that things won't evolve over time. And then on this point of people getting stuck in interim, look, I think the number, our unsheltered homelessness number has come down from a combination of factors. I do think it is not a coincidence that we significantly ramped up interim placements and hotel vouchers in the last couple of years in response to the pandemic. I think that had a huge impact. Certainly the ability for people to graduate out has been significantly helped by the existence of affordable housing. So there's no denying that it's an overall system with a flow through it. I would still argue, though, I think philosophically, getting folks into a stable managed environment with consistent services where there's safety and security, even if there isn't as much flow as we'd like, is so much better. I just did my final budget town hall out at Rue Ferrari, talking to the folks at Rue Ferrari, and to a person, they were like, thank you, this saved my life. This is 10 times better than living in a tent. So I know we don't want people to get stuck in interim housing, and certainly we're gonna need pathways, and there are many different pathways for folks, but again, we have finite dollars, and thus far, no one has put on the table anything else that they're willing to sacrifice. I haven't heard anybody put on the table staffing or services in other departments, which is why we face this really challenging trade-off question. So I feel pretty strongly that we need to be bolder. I think we need to fill in bright green everything in this final or second to last chart here of kind of the direction that we have already given multiple times. Past councils has given, our council has given. I think we need to be much, much bolder and have the faith that the policy environment and funding from state, county, and federal sources will continue to evolve, and it'll be dynamic and iterative based on which solutions are giving people the most dignity and help today, and addressing the number one frustration the residents of our city and state have, which is the fact that we have thousands of people living outside in completely unmanaged conditions without access to services. I think that demand's not going away until we are much bolder, and you're seeing cities across the state start to make this shift. So with that, I will, for the sake of, I feel an obligation to the residents based on what I have been communicating and discussing with folks for the past 2 years, to make a substitute motion to at least put the June message on the table. It may not have the votes. I understand it requires 2/3, but it does move us to 50-50 for the current dollars. It says $50 million for new affordable projects, $50 million for immediate solutions to unsheltered homelessness to get people out of encampments, safe parking, interim housing, and yes, we're still keeping that $36 million for previously approved projects. So it shows a strong commitment to both, but it is a real rebalancing to meet the immediate urgent need and suffering and the number one ask our community has, which is help people off the streets faster, get them stabilized and connected to services, and give them that baseline dignity that we believe everyone in our community deserves. So with that, I'm going to move my June budget message and would ask for a second.
I'd second that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay. I will go to Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin my comments thanking the 6 hours of members of our community who came out to voice their opinion on this year's budget, and specifically what we do with this Measure E issue. In addition to the residents who are vested and live here, I also want to thank the staff. Jim, your team has been great in helping us figure out, me and my office figure out the different directions and possibilities of the city that we can do with this. And lastly, I want to thank my colleagues for their leadership in the different memorandums that were issued and putting my team to work. We recognize that the city is in a housing crisis. It's multifaceted. It could be attributed to our lack of affordable housing production that stemmed almost a decade back with the loss of redevelopment, the rising rental costs, just the sheer cost of how expensive it is in our region, or income inequality. Folks are suffering, whether they're unhoused or whether they're housed, but they're on the verge of becoming homeless. And so that's also a real need. And I want to share something that a resident in San Jose told me. An example from theater. And I'll caveat this that I'm not a theater going person, okay? So the example that this resident said, permanent supportive housing should be the play, okay? And interim housing sites and interim housing solutions are like the rehearsals, the dozens and dozens of rehearsals that folks who go see plays, that the goal is the play. We don't go see rehearsals. So our goal as a city should be to do a play, to do more permanent supportive housing. And this example stuck to me, not only because I respect the resident who happens to be County Board Supervisor Susan Ellenberg, but because of the way it translates and the way it left the mark on the fact that we should look for permanent supportive housing as our goal. At the same time, I also recognize that we need to do more for interim housing because we need a place for folks to go. We can't just debate and send unhoused across the street, have them go somewhere else until our crews go and come back. This is something I saw over and over while working in the state legislature on issues around Caltrans. I recognize that. And I do want to say something that it's not an either or, and this is what the conversation is coming down to. It's not. Yeah, there are trade-offs, but all three proposals are doing something for interim housing. And at the end of the day, if one memorandum or the other, or if the memorandum from my colleague Davis or for the mayor, all of them are proposing to do interim housing, and it's going to take time. So if we don't do one or the other, we're not going to not produce interim housing sites. That's a red herring. And I caveat and I caution my council colleagues not to follow that route, because that's disingenuous, and to say this is the silver bullet approach to our city is wrong, and it's electioneering, and I'm not for that. What I am for is finding solutions that we can all get behind, and seeing what's going to help our residents. We know that permanent supportive housing takes time. We know that. But if we take our foot off the gas and show the affordable housing development community that we're not serious and they're going to go put their money somewhere else, that's not leadership. So, all that to say is I hope we can get to a place ultimately that works, and it's unfortunate that we're telling half truths and whole lies in our messaging and in our advocacy to get support for our different memorandums, and that I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. I'm going to go to folks we haven't heard from yet. Oh, hand disappeared. Okay. Councilor Foley.
Thank you. I've been sitting listening to the discussion and realizing that I need to say a few things, but Councilmember Candelas, it probably triggered me because you started talking about theater, and I thought, well, maybe not so much. And using that reference, both are important. You cannot have a play unless you have the rehearsal. The rehearsal comes first. And we truly need to make sure that we have enough resources to move some of the unhoused into our interim housing units, and that they are successful in that move, so that then they are prepared and they have enough time in those units to then move forward to perform in the play or move into the permanent affordable housing, which is extremely important. I think the goal for everyone here is to build permanent affordable housing. I have several units going up in District 9 in various stages of proposals that have some NOFA approvals, but that will likely need more because of the inflation costs. And then we have other units, other projects coming through that are still working on their funding and will benefit potentially from the future NOFAs that we have. So we've talked about both. We need both. We absolutely need both. We need to address the humanity crisis that we have of the number of unhoused residents we have on our streets. We need to help them by providing emergency interim housing, but that's not, and the services that go with it. But that's not the only solution. We need to also provide affordable housing. The question in the budget is, how do we do that? Where do we get the money from? And what trade-offs are we making? So when I think about the budget, I think, it'd be great to have all of these things. The budget itself isn't calling for any cuts in our operating, in the services that we operate. There's no, most of the items in the June budget message are things that we are continuing on from year to year. There's no cutbacks. If we need to take money from the general fund to pay for the EIHs or the services, then it has to come from the general fund, and it has to come, if it doesn't come from Measure E, has to come from the general fund, and there has to be trade-offs. We have to be prepared to say, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. We're going to reduce library hours, which is not anything I want to, but I'm just saying we have to look at things that we're going to cut if we truly want to build affordable housing, and which we can use Measure E for, and we can use Measure E for EIH, but it requires, based on the mayor's message and the Cohen-Jimenez memo that hasn't been moved yet, both require changes to the allocations, which require the 2/3. The current proposal on the table, and Councilmember Davis, I really appreciate you starting off with, let's collaborate and work together. And you can hear we're kind of, well, I don't know what that means, because we're trying to. We have 2 Brown Acts and we have a swing vote. I'm just throwing it out there. Not saying who it is, but it's just saying that because we can't have this conversation until just now, we can't really have a good, vibrant conversation, which we are. We all believe that we have a humanitarian crisis. There's no question that 11 of us believe that. 11 of us believe that affordable housing is important, and 11 of us believe that building emergency housing is important, and the support services. You cannot be successful if we just build the housing or build the interim housing and we do not have the support services, because those individuals will not be successful. We'll be setting them up for failure. So I'm not going to make an amendment. I'm hoping someone else will, that may bring in the dollars that we need, or that we find the money within the general funds. But frankly, I'm looking at the general fund and thinking, I don't know where we can go to cut. I'm not sure which programs I want to cut, but Jim Shannon, the budget director's over there freaking out a little bit that we might be going to the general fund. And the other thing is that I just want to throw it out there, and is that we haven't completed negotiations with a couple of our bargaining units. And so I'm curious about the impact of our budget on that issue, which also is serious and needs to be addressed. So I don't really have the formulation of a question other than a speech, and obviously, that's what I've been giving. But I just want you to know I will be thoughtful as I'm listening to the discussion and the debate going forward. And to me, it isn't a question of either or, it is a question of both and how we get to both. And selfishly, I have an EIH that we just approved last week on Cherry Avenue that I really want it to be successful. And if we don't have enough money to build it and construct it, and we don't have enough money for the servicing of it, then it's going to fail, and that's a problem. That's a problem for the residents who will be occupying it. It's a problem for the residents who surround that area. So with that, I'll leave it at that and look forward to more conversation from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. And I know I'm going to get to folks who have not spoken yet first. I do know Councilor Batra has his hand up, as do a couple other members here in the chamber. But first, or next, I'm going to go to Councilor Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the incredible work. And thank you to all our city council and mayor working extremely hard on this particular measure. Now, all said and done, I don't think any of us up here doing this because we're looking at to be reelected, or we're talking about human needs. And when we have city council member who thinking others are working toward re-election, I think we need to rethink. The mayor budget is reallocating Measure E. It's fair. It's got $50 million going towards affordable housing, and it's also addressing our unhoused residents, which last year we had more than 246 people that die on the street. It is a humanitarian needs. If that was your family, that was someone you know, would you put a price on that? I have a difficult time to understand the thought process. In the mayor budget, there's also allocation for prevention. There are some money also to run the program appropriately. If we don't do anything right now, and we continue the way we are going to drive the city right into the mud. And I don't think any one of us want to see that. We have the responsibility to act, and we cannot do the exact same thing and expect different result. The mayor and many other city council would like to see that we move forward. We think out of the box, and we take new steps that would beautify the city, clean up our city, reduce our unhoused residents, give them dignity, respect, a locked door, and wraparound services. Yes, there's always those roadblocks, right? And there are difficult times to work with our county to provide health care and drug addictions and mental illness. But those are things that will work out in the end. But as of right now, the number one need is shelter. And we need to allow the little dignity of being human to live in a place that they're being protected and wrap around with services. And quit pointing fingers. I just can't stand the fact that we sit up here and pointing fingers and that, oh, they do this and they do that. No, we're all up here to serve our constituent of the city of San Jose. We're all working towards the same solution. And yes, we may disagree, but we don't point fingers. And none of us up here, when we ran for our position, I believe we say what we're going to do and we do what we're going to say. And I believe that the mayor made promises that he wanted to keep to our constituent. And I think every one of us want to do the same thing. And I would hope we as a city council make the right choice to make sure that our unhoused residents get the EIH build, so that way we can clean our streets. We can make sure the street is safe for our residents. We can bring businesses back here and create more jobs. If we think on the short term, we'll lose. We think of a long term, we'll win. Thank you very much. Oh, let me rephrase that. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion earlier to accept the mayor proposal, to also accept our memorandum from,
We're going to vote first just on Measure E.
Okay.
And then we'll come to the broader budget vote.
Will do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate your comments, and the key point here, I think, is that we may have a disagreement over the outcomes, but I don't think we should be questioning folks' motives, to your point. I think that's well taken. I think we may be willing to make different trade-offs, short-term, long-term, focus on encampments versus affordable housing, but yeah, I don't think it's helpful to accuse folks of things. Okay, we have not heard yet from Councilor Jimenez, so we'll go there next.
Thank you. You know, there's a lot to be said, a lot of numbers that have been thrown around, and for me, it just, I can't help but think, you know, putting up some of, you don't need to put up the slides, Jim, but the slides that show the different plans, it seems to me that the Cohen-Jimenez memo is looking better and better as a place to land, because it really takes the best of both worlds in my mind. But anyhow, you know, this issue to me is challenging because it really pits two critical things against each other, right? Affordable housing, I've been in office for a little while now, but even when I ran, and even now, I can keep hearing about just the cost of housing that prevents a lot of people from actually putting down roots in the city of San Jose, having to move to other cities, on and on, right? Families just being cramped in houses and apartments. My own family experiencing that, actually living in affordable housing. And that's a very real problem that's persistent, that's been around for some time. Unfortunately, we've made very little headway in tackling that. But likewise, the other issue that's obviously pitted against that is just the you know, trying to get Joe Schmo off the corner out of a tent, right, and trying to get him in a place to live. Not only because it's the right thing to do for him, but also because we get calls about that every single day. I think this is one of those issues that touches the vast number of departments within the city, and so that's what I think makes this topic, this budget, this discussion about Measure E a challenging one. And so for me, as I was sitting down with Councilmember Cohen trying to think about the best approach, I really thought that trying to, in my mind, in a very simplistic way, is how could we do both? Because I think both are absolutely necessary. And I know it's been said time and again, so that's why I didn't raise my hand earlier, because everyone was saying things that I probably am going to say or would have touched on. And so I think it's something that we all recognize, that we want to do both, because both are necessary. I know that housing is supremely important, but it takes a while. Obviously, having a sort of a midpoint, a stop in between that permanent housing from the street, right, is necessary as well. And so we as a council, long before I think many of the colleagues got up here, we were talking about sanctioned encampments as an example. And I think that all should be on the table, to be honest with you. I think, and some may say, well, that's not a dignified sort of way for folks to live, but they're living in worse conditions now. And so I think anything that's a step up from, you know, these very disorganized encampments that are just exploding with garbage and other such things, I think we need to bring some order to the space. And we as a city have the resources, it seems, to do that. And so that's why, very important conversation, very difficult conversation. Again, I think the memo that we put forward is a good landing spot. I think it's the best of both worlds. It allows us to do some meaningful work in the EIH space, but also I think maintains the commitment to building more housing for the long term, which I think is very important. The other thing that I think is important to note, and the reason I'm supportive of our approach, and I hope we do have the 8 votes to do this, is that we've already time and again as a council given direction for you as staff in the city to go out and do this work. And to, I think Councilmember Cohen mentioned earlier that now we need to resource that action, right? We need to provide you the resources to go out and do what we've already said to go do. What we've already said is an important thing we want to do. And really, if you boil it down even further, for us, the districts that have stepped up consistently, for districts that are stepping up, District 9, District 4, really what we're asking in this, and the reason we put together this compromise to bring the best of both worlds together, is really to give us that ability to, for those of us that are willing and able to step up and start creating some of these EIHs in our district, to give us the resources to do that. I'm not interested in voting for something that's going to starve that effort, that action, that momentum that I think has been built up with, amongst us, but also, I remember having a meeting at the Hayes Mansion when there's about 500 people yelling at me because we were thinking about doing one of these early on. And to sit here and think, and just yesterday, the 5 or 6 hours of public comment, I was a little bit in awe as to how far we've come. I think things have deteriorated so much on the street for our neighbors, seeing what's happening on the street, that you're actually getting folks that I would have never thought would have said, hey, we need to do something. And so I think I'm not saying spend all the money on that, right? But we need to dedicate some resources to that. I think we have a very narrow window of time in which it seems to me that we have some unique buy-in from residents that are willing to take on some of this, that maybe previously were in that Hayes Mansion yelling at me and others that were part of that, that have now stepped up and said that this is a potential solution. And so the memo, what I'm sure, and I'm sure there's going to, if it goes back to that, if this vote fails, going to go back to the motions. I hope we add some friendly amendments to make it more palatable to get the 8 votes, but I think it's just a way for us to try to do everything that's on the table. That's really what I'm interested in. Not, and I know it's very easily with the politics of all this to pit one, building EIHs against affordable housing, and I know on both ends of the spectrum, it's just become a little nasty at times, but I think there are folks, and I've tried to be in that space with many of our colleagues to try to figure out what's that middle road that we can take where we're doing a little bit of both. And so I hope that today is what prevails, because I think that's what our residents demand of us, to solve the homelessness that's going on today, but also looking out into the future to build the affordable housing. And so I think our memo sort of attempts to solve that and bring that forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I think that's very well said, and I agree. Okay. We still have a couple hands up, and Councilmember Batra, I've not forgotten you, but we have not heard yet from Councilmember Torres, so you're up.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the robust dialogue. Major thank you to our city staff who have picked up at odd hours of the day for all these memos and what we're thinking and how we solve this humanitarian crisis that we have at hand. And I'm very glad that my colleagues continue to say humanitarian crisis, because that's where we're at. And we've reached boiling point with this humanitarian crisis. And it's, it's very sad that it had to get politicized, but, here we are dealing with those ramifications. So while others agree that diverting Measure E funds may temporarily solve the immediate crisis of homeless individuals and families currently living in our streets, next year we will be back once again if we continue to go with the route I hope my council doesn't go through, we will be here again trying to divert more Measure E funds towards temporary solutions, while permanent solutions to our housing crisis continues unresolved and with even less funding. So, kicking the can down the road. I, in good conscience, cannot vote for the reallocation of quick builds, knowing we do not have the sites for 1,000 units, and knowing that the cost of the maintenance and operations could run as high as $60 million. So temporary housing solutions cannot be the end all to solving this crisis. However, diverting Measure E funding for this purpose will only delay the building of permanent, supportive, and affordable housing. Homelessness in San Jose will only get worse, especially for our families who cannot live in quick build communities comfortably. As someone who has continuously advocated for youth and families, I cannot vote for the mayor's motion. I fear that building adequate permanent supportive housing, I fear that without building permanent supportive housing, the cost of temporary solutions will only grow because the demand for temporary solutions will only grow. When will this end? Where will the funding for affordable housing come from if we divert funds away from permanent supportive housing solutions? And hopefully, I'm still hopeful that my council colleagues support the memo written by Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Ortiz, and myself that protects funds designated for these intended purposes, which is building permanent supportive housing and homeless support, while also providing monies and millions of dollars to interim shelter and homeless support programs once we find those locations again. We have the ability to maintain the funds we need for permanent affordable housing solutions under Measure E, while also increasing our efforts to find temporary solutions for those currently living in our streets, in our creeks, in our parks, in our business corridors, and in their vehicles. We do not need to divert funds meant for permanent housing solutions in order to deal with the need of temporary solutions. Solving this housing crisis is one of my top priorities. And on the campaign trail, I too also promised that Measure E will be building affordable housing for our unhoused community. And so I'm willing to work with anyone here to find ways to streamline the process for building more affordable housing projects across our city, and hopefully we do so quickly. So I hope that my council colleagues join me in supporting our memo. I'm still hopeful that we can do this, and we could do this together. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Just point of information for the administration, do we have a concern about not being able to use the funds in the June message to build out to the 1,000 units? Do we not have the sites? Or I thought we actually just done a bunch of work to identify potential sites to get to 1,000 interim units. I think there may be some question about the exact timeline, but can we just clarify that point? I don't know that that's accurate.
Sure, yeah. So I can point to MBA 19, which was our updated interim housing forecast. We had talked about sort of what we see in front of us and what council is pointing us the path on, which includes the surrounding, the Sherry sites and the Berryessa sites. So when we look at sort of what we have and what we have in front of us that we're proceeding down the path on, and then what that $60 million number is based on is the 1,000 interim housing beds, 280 hotel rooms, and 156 supportive parking spaces. So that would be the inventory of things that we were considering as part of this process.
Correct. Yeah. And assuming no funding from outside sources.
Point of information, Mayor?
It's a combination of outside sources and general fund sources.
Okay.
Combination.
Yeah.
So would that, just to clarify on that statement, would that include the next 1,000 interim housing units as seen on slide 6?
Not the next one. So the direction of the March message was identifying the next. If that, yeah.
The first 1,000 interim housing units in the slide.
You got it. Yeah.
Not the second.
Correct.
Okay. Just clarifying that
lots
the
of
next.
thousands
Yeah, I know. Right?
Yeah.
It's either the first, second. Well, so the point is the next 1,000 interim housing units is what has not been identified yet. Correct. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely have not identified the sites for the next 1,000. But to be clear, this council and previous councils have given direction to get to the first 1,000, which will not be funded, or at least we'll have to figure out some other way to fund at some point if we go with the Davis-Torres-Ortiz memo. So that would become an unfunded mandate of some kind, which we'll have to sort out. Okay. Councilmember Batra, go ahead.
All right. You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. One point I want to clarify the comment which Council Member Torres made that if we don't do this, we will not get any affordable homes. Somebody from housing can correct that we do get affordable homes created out of our inclusionary policy. And I'm looking at it right now. One of the items we're supposed to vote on today is from Planning Commission, item 10.2 in our memo, where we are approving something for the Berryessa site, and it's a zero subsidy taken by the developer or intended to be taken by the developer, which will include affordable units and a total of somewhere around 1,000 units to be built, 590 condominium. So we do get some affordable units from the inclusionary policy which we have in place. And the more marketed development happens, we should be able to get more of those affordable units coming our way as well. So is somebody from housing can confirm that?
Yes, so we do get affordable housing from other either funding sources or through other strategies such as inclusionary housing. However, inclusionary housing does not provide permit supportive housing, so it is not a resource that we could look to end homelessness. Measure E has been our largest source of affordable housing funds since we lost redevelopment.
Thank you, Jackie. So yes, it does not give you supportive houses, but every person who needs an affordable home doesn't need supportive housing.
Not every person needs a supportive home. However, there is a portion of the people that we're trying to house that do need permit supportive housing, and we need a funding source that is able to support that.
Yeah, so those would be coming from our Measure E, and the ones who are not Measure E projects, they will be suitable for certain number of affordable people, the ones who need affordable house. So I just wanted to point out that this is not the only source where the affordable, and if the marketplace really picks up, that you get a lot of your inclusionary policy work, and also some of the things you're trying to streamline, that should also result in giving some additional affordable units from the people who need the low income or extremely low income or moderate income people. Is that correct, Jake?
Again, it is an additional tool in our toolbox, but Measure E has been the tool in our toolbox that has been used to replace our redevelopment funds. And I think what I just want to make really clear is that other tools such as inclusionary do not reach deeply. So one of the priorities of the council has been to fund not only permit supportive housing, but extremely low-income housing in the city. Because if we're talking about failures that the city has had over the 15 years I've been here, when I first got here, no one wanted to build housing. We wanted to focus on jobs. Now we've had a housing crisis, and so the failure is our inability to continue a robust affordable housing program.
Okay. So Mayor, the discussion today is everybody has agreed that we need to do the affordable homes. And we have one of those sources is Measure E funds. The second one, which most of us have heard, that we need to do something even quicker for the people who do not have shelter. Having an uncomfortable house, 4 people in a bedroom, is still not a great place to live, but I think it beats the heck out of the one where a woman is sitting and exposed into a creek or near a creek, open to the predator, rapist, and whoever else. Okay, so we cannot really compare the uncomfort to that scenario. We have to be able to provide a safe shelter to these people. The basic one, the kind which is the EIHR, and then put them on a path towards something better. But it cannot be that they just continue. And we've seen that when their people are sitting out there, they have no path to anywhere, because we just described that the 50% of the people who came into EIH graduated into rental assistance or something. If they were sitting over there, they probably were never going to get that. They're never going to find a job by having a no address, no place to verify. So giving them an address, giving them supportive services, and giving them the self-esteem and the confidence
Thanks,
helps
Councilmember.
them get there. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So,
No, thank you.
So we're trying to
Councilmember,
do
we are, on the second go round, we are at 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, last comment.
Okay.
So we're trying to do two things here. We're trying to improve our pipeline for affordable homes through expedited price processes and streamlined funding arrangements. I have written in my memo, both of those items, they do not have an implication to the budget this year, but they both have a work item to be done by the housing, which the city manager has already agreed that they will be done in fall. So I would consider that you would want to probably put in your motion those friendly amendments so that we also show that we're not just taking money away from the
Okay.
affordable homes, we are actually making more affordable homes
Yeah.
available sooner.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, it's definitely both. We also have a commercial linkage fee that's not generating a whole lot of revenue right now, though I'm hopeful it will kick back in. And even when it does, I think we will need many more sources of revenue given the magnitude of the housing shortage. But I very much appreciate your point that it is both, and the plans, all the plans up here have both. The question is the ratio in this moment. Okay. I'm going to go.
So could you take those friendly amendments to yours? The two items I mentioned, which do not have budget implications.
I'm sorry, council member, say that again.
In my memo, Mayor, I have two items which do not have a budget implication for 23-24, but they accelerate the affordable home pipeline. Could you take that as a friendly amendment to your motion of Measure E reallocation? And city manager already agreed to do those, but they're not formally planned.
I guess before I can answer that, I would need to hear from the administration on, we are asking staff to do a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about staff capacity. So it sounds like these are already existing direction.
Yeah, I think we already have existing direction to do the housing study session, and we had that a couple of months ago. So yes, we're in agreement to do that, and we are already in the planning stages for that.
Okay. So that is already existing direction, and so I appreciate the point, and we'll work with the administration to make sure that we all follow through on that, but that is existing direction. Okay. I would like to get us to at least an initial vote, which may or may not carry, and then we may end up having more conversation. I do see a few more hands up.
Point of order.
Sure.
I'd like to move the previous question.
Call the
question.
Thank you, council member. Great. I don't think, do we need a second on that? I'm not sure that we do. I mean, I would happily second it. So, Tony, let's vote on the motion on the floor, which is the June.
We have to vote on calling the question.
No, we have to vote first on that. Okay. We will vote first on calling the question, which is the vote on the June message.
Jimenez,
Measure E allocations.
Yes.
Torres, Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Doen.
Aye.
Candelas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Batra.
Aye, and I'm
Kamei?
alone in the room.
Thank you. Kamei.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. So let's vote.
And this is just clarifying, this is on item 3.5, the Measure E allocation itself.
Specifically, Measure E allocations, I made the motion, seconded by the Vice Mayor, to go with the Measure E allocations as outlined in the June budget message, responsive to the March message around the 1,000 net new placements.
Okay, so this is related more to 3.5 than 3.4.
This is, we're doing Measure, oh, I'm sorry, yes, we're doing 3.5 Measure E allocations first, and then we'll take up the rest of the budget.
Okay, I was not clear on that, so thank you. Jimenez,
No.
Torres,
No.
Cohen,
No.
Ortiz,
No.
Davis,
No.
Doen,
Yes.
Candelas,
No.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
Kamei, Mahan.
Aye.
Motion fails 5-6.
Okay, so now we are back to the council. We have an underlying motion.
Yes, the underlying motion to refresh people's memory is the Davis Torres Ortiz memo with the first line stricken.
Correct.
Jimenez,
We're discussing
We're
it,
not-
we're just back to.
We didn't call this question.
Okay, so
Oh,
we're going to come
sorry.
back to discussion.
okay.
Okay. Councilor Cohen.
All right, thank you. First of all, yeah, Councilmember Davis, you are speaking a lot. You probably are, like me, old enough to remember the E.F. Hutton commercial, because so when you talk, people do listen, so we appreciate that. So I appreciate your motion. I appreciate all of the thoughtful, all of the thoughtful goals in the memo of collaborating with others, working to try to find funding. We may even want to have some action to come back and reevaluate how we're allocating things going on in the future, depending on how successful other sources of funding are. I did sign on a letter through the League of Cities this year for something that was being brought up by one of the senators in the state. It's been a month now, and I can't remember which senator, but it was to provide $3 billion to cities for their homeless work. So we're hoping that gets in the budget. We're still waiting to see. So there are potentially other sources out there, and we're hoping some of them will come forward. But my intention right now is to make sure we have committed what we need in order to be successful. So I will ask you one more time, Jim, to put up slide 1 as I ask for a friendly amendment to the motion that was brought up before. And I believe we can get to 8 votes on this. I think we can, as long as the amendment is amenable to you, that we'll bring everybody together and at least get 8 so we can move forward. So my original proposal on this slide, slide 1, was to move the $12.7 million in the moderate line and use it for the 2 categories that I think need additional funding. So before we talk about where that funding will come from, I believe it's necessary to bring the program administration line to the $6.8 million. That's about $4.3 million. And then the remainder of the 12.7, which is, 8.3 or 8.4, would have to go into, the line just above it to bring that up to closer to $29 million. Now, it was called to our attention during this discussion, and you brought it up before, about the $11 million in the contingency funding, I guess that's what it's called, or the inflation reserve. So I'm open to the acceptance of my friendly amendment of a combination to 12.7 million that comes from those 2 lines. So a portion from the affordable housing and a portion from the inflation reserve, summing up to $12.7 million, with 4.3 going to the program administration and the remainder going into the homeless support programs line. So I'm asking for that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. So I have heard from staff that we can put I'm going to read it out for Tony. We can put $4,324,941 from the inflation reserve to the program administration category for those staffing positions. And then if we could just do round numbers, maybe it would be easier to take from the mod income category, so that we still have, and I'm going to ask staff before I accept the second part of that, but maybe take 8 million from the moderate income. So that would leave us, Rachel, with 4.7. Would we still be able to meet at least, at the very least, the one goal of the acquisition rehab projects, or will we be able to meet all 3 of the goals that we had talked about earlier? If we take 8 out of that, that would give us 4.7-ish
I
left.
think that 4.7 million will give us options to move forward with the discussion we had about the priorities for that category.
Okay. Is that acceptable to you, Councilmember Cohen?
Acceptable to me.
To
and that's
take
what you said.
so just to take a flat 8 and move it from mod income to homeless support programs, shelter construction and operations?
Yes, that's
okay. And is that all right with my seconder?
Not sure, because that would impact our preservation dollars, am I right?
So what I just heard from Rachel, and I won't let Rachel answer, but what I just heard from Rachel is that we would still be able to do that by leaving that amount.
With how much?
4.7.
I mean, it's my understanding it would cost a lot more than that to purchase a building, right? An apartment complex, such as the one on Virginia Avenue.
So all the funding doesn't have to come from that one category for the moderate income. The moderate income only has to cover, if we had like a 20-unit building, we found out 2 of the units had moderate income people, just that sliver is what we would take from that category. And we anticipate, on most of these that they're not going to mostly be inhabited by moderate income people.
Okay, I appreciate sharing that information. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And council members, just to confirm, there are 2 moves I think I just heard.
Correct.
One is for, was it 4.7 out of the stabilization reserve?
It's
Or
4.3.
4.3.
Right, and that's
And
out
that
of,
moves to program administration.
yes,
And then I heard 8 million
yeah.
from mod
Mm-hmm.
to homeless support program, shelter construction operation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that correct, Councilmember Cohen? I want to make sure I got it right.
That is correct.
Your amounts, okay.
Okay, for a total reallocation of 12.3 then. Okay.
And change, because it was very specific.
And change, you did have a very specific number down to the dollars and cents.
I'd like to confirm it's 4,324,941.
That's correct. That's what I was given by staff,
No
so I wanted to make
ambiguity.
sure it's right.
That's good. Okay, so friendly amendment was accepted.
And if I could clarify, this is coming out of the prior year allocations. We'll have to be specific about that. I think that's probably where it comes from.
Yes, the easiest thing I think to do is to have it come out of the prior, or rather current year allocation, as opposed to FY24, 24-25.
And just to confirm, Jim, there's enough in the moderate income category to only have to do that from prior year, right? There's 10. So we stay under the threshold that would require 2 votes on reallocating.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so again, this would take a 2/3 vote to reallocate. I do see hands up. I usually like to defer to folks who have hands up, but if anyone, those of you who have your hands up, you okay with me moving forward with a vote here? Does anybody want to call the question?
I just have a clarifying question,
Okay.
if I could.
Sure.
Just to clarify, with all these numbers being moved around, I'd love to see a new spreadsheet from Jim, but I'm sure he can't do that. So I'm just
trying to put it together.
So I know Cohen could. So just so that moves the homeless support programs from the 21 million in the Davis memo, et cetera, to 29 million. Is that correct? Okay. And it leaves in the mod funding 8 million. I mean 4.7, sorry. And then take some of those funds from the inflation reserve to increase the program administration to the 6.8. Just to clarify the motion.
That is correct.
And with that, I will call the question.
Great. Okay, let's vote on calling the question.
Does she need a second for that? I'll second that.
Okay. The vote on call to question, Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Doan,
Yes.
Candelas.
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
and are you alone? Batra,
Aye.
I need you to say you're
Okay.
alone.
Oh, hold on. What happened here?
Councilmember, are you alone?
I am on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kamei, Mahan.
Aye.
I know it's silly, but it's a rule.
I said
motion
aye,
passes.
and I'm alone.
Yes.
Were you able to hear me?
Yes, motion passes. And then the vote on the motion from Councilmember Davis, seconded by Ortiz, as amended. Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Doan,
No.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
are you alone?
Oh, I'm alone.
Thank
yes.
you. Kamei,
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-1.
Okay. Thank you all. Okay, I'm glad we got past the measure reallocation vote. Certainly disappointed it wasn't more. I think we'll be back to this conversation next year, but I think it is certainly a move in the right direction. We have a whole lot of other things in the budget. And so we are going to now move to 3.4. Actually, we've taken, I'm sorry, we're not moving to it. We've been discussing both. Do we have questions or comments on the rest of the proposed budget? And the June message. Okay, does anyone have a motion? Okay, Councilor Davis.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make the motion. So I'll move the mayor's June budget message with the addition of a memo written by myself, Councilmember Torres, Ortiz, Batra, and Dewan, items 1, 2, and 3, and then a memo by Councilmember Torres about a study session for arts funding, as well as a memo from Councilmember Candelas.
Second.
And I think that's everything, but I may have missed something. We have some 3.6 memos as well, and I'm not sure if we need to move.
I think we're taking 3.6 separately, at least.
So the Med 30 would be in 3.6, not 3.5?
I believe that's correct.
3.4?
That's
Okay.
3.6.
Just want to make sure I'm doing it right. Anything that talked about a BD, I put in this motion.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
We're all catching up on which memos were included. I'm going to go to.
I can clarify if necessary by reading out the items.
Sure, that would probably be helpful as we pull those up.
So the mayor's June budget message, obviously, except as amended, to direct staff to fund the following items through community development block grant funding, if possible. And that would be A, assisting the Vietnamese Heritage Community Garden, the Alum Rock Arts District, and the African American Community Center and B, the Hoffman Viamonte safety lighting. And then number 2 of that memo is if one or more of the items listed above, including a portion of 1A and or 1B cannot be funded as directed, staff is directed to consider funding through the general fund ending fund balance. And then number 3, regarding budget document number 50, direct staff to utilize any cost savings in funds already allocated to address priority problem 1 to address priority problem 2. So it's just saying if there are cost savings in 1 to move it to 2. And then Councilmember Torres's memo is to direct the city manager to develop an agenda and facilitate a study session with the objectives and goals to explore different funding mechanisms that can be used to add more funds to the arts community as outlined in MBA number 58. Direct the city clerk to set a city council study session in fall or winter of 2023, and that would be at staff's discretion. And number 3, direct the city manager to include the feasibility of new arts funding when surveying voters for possible future revenue measures, since we often do that in the fall. We thought we would, Councilmember Torres thought to do that now. And then I did add Councilmember Candelas's item from 3.6 is his item number 2 is to allocate one-time funding of $50,000 from the neighborhood business districts to support the Tully Road Eastridge Business Association to support local business growth and development, which is described in budget document number 28. So I just moved that forward to 3.4.
Okay, sounds good. And I want to make sure we work through some of the details. Thank you for summarizing all those. Just starting with the first rec that you read, which had to do with the CDBG funds, can the administration give us an analysis of which of those projects would be eligible and which wouldn't?
Yeah, and just to be clear, recommendations 1 and 2 kind of go together. So we had talked with Jim Shannon quite extensively, and we said we wanted to put that out there that CDBG funds may be available, and then if not, to come back to us if and when there is ending fund balance about the possibility of funding these items through ending fund balance if CDBG falls through. So I know there's more information now than when we wrote the memo, but I think, Jim.
Right, yeah, I mean, I think that it is, I think the Hoffman, based on conversation with the housing department, the Hoffman via Monte looks like it would be an eligible project. It is unlikely that the requested scope for the Vietnamese Heritage Community Garden, the Alum Rock Arts District, and the maintenance capital repairs for the African American Services Center would probably not be eligible.
And so we're talking about just relatively small dollar amounts. We're not talking about millions of dollars like we were in Measure E, just to be clear about that.
Yeah.
So the African American Community Center, you had funded, Mayor, in your message, about half of they need all new windows and a new roof, and you had funded half, and so we wanted to put it in there to see if we could get their entire capital project done. You had also funded about half of the Vietnamese Heritage Community Garden, again, just looking for all the funding for that. And then I think the Alum Rock Arts District, and Councilmember Ortiz can correct me if I'm wrong, is about $100,000, is that right? Yeah, so that we're talking about relatively small amounts, and just wanted to sort of raise those so that if CDBG does fall through, which, as we know, for those 3 projects is probably not likely to be able to happen, to come back with ending fund balance to fund those projects.
Given that those are unlikely to be eligible, what would be the total? I am a little nervous about the precedent of us starting to promise ending fund balance. I think appropriate to do it with the emergency of our unhoused neighbors, but to start doing it around specific BDs that we're not, I mean, again, we live in this world of finite resources and hard trade-offs, and did our best to balance that with all the 81 BDs that came in. So I'm a little nervous about us creating a precedent. Given that those 3 are unlikely to be fundable through CDBG dollars, what would be the tax on the general fund, the ending fund balance?
So Bonnie DeWong, our Assistant Budget Director, is keeping my head on straight over over here. So the total of those three would be 716, but I think we already funded sort of about 60,000, I think, of the African American Community Services Agency.
Correct. That's in the
So
June
that's somewhere
message.
around the $650,000 range, I think.
But Jim, I think the Vietnamese Heritage Community Garden was also partially funded.
I think
There was at least 150, I think, in there.
it is. I think that what the MBA 18 talks about is the master plan, is what that reference is. So that's the number we were pulling.
It's basically a different line item.
Okay.
Okay, so we'd be creating a commitment in advance of spending 650,000 in ending fund balance if we were to move forward Rec 1.
Just to be clear, Mayor, it is, the line in there is, staff is directed to consider funding through the general fund, ending fund balance. So we're
So
not.
would that come back to us for a vote?
That is correct. It would come back to us for a vote. It's not telling staff that we need to cover it. It's telling staff to please come back to us with that amount.
That wasn't clear to me in the direction of the staff being directed to consider, but I see. So this would, you're simply asking that basically be agendized to come back to us if they can't be funded, which we think is likely the case.
Correct.
So those would be coming back in, when does that come back?
It would be, so that annual report is released at the end of September, heard by council around the middle of October.
Okay. In the interim, just to clarify with the maker of the motion, Councilor Davis, would you like to see, I hope you would like to see, but I want to make sure we're on the same page, what is in the June message funded? So the portion of the Vietnamese Heritage Garden and the dollars to repair the roof at the African American Community Service Center
Yes.
funded now?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can get additional money, great. If we can't, that would come back as an option for us in October.
Correct.
Okay.
And then failing that, I assume that
are BDs next year.
There are BDs next year.
Okay. All right. Glad we're on the same page about that. Okay, I have a few more questions, but I don't want to monopolize. I want to turn to colleagues who have questions, and then I may jump back in. Councilmember Jimenez, I had you next.
Yeah, thank you. A question about the similar memo, but specifically around Councilmember Rabatra's request. I think it's budget document 50, talks about the Hoffman Viamonte safety lighting. I have budget document 50 pulled up. I'm trying to follow it, and so what I'm curious, I mean, it's close to $1 million if it all sort of shakes out and we actually do change some of the lighting. So I wanted to better understand, I guess I have many questions. So and I'm not sure who, Jim, I don't know, I assume I'm talking to you, or I don't know who I'm directing these to. But maybe if Matt Lesh, our new Public Works Director, is here, maybe he can, because I think they might have given, the Public Works might have given the, the numbers here. And so the way, and Councilmember Batra, I know you're there and alone, and if you have any thoughts as I go through and ask some questions.
Yeah. I can try answering it, yes.
Yeah. So for example, the way you have this budget document written, it says, it breaks it down into different priority problems, if you will. One of them, as an example, is Carlsbad. And by the way, this is all good idea. I'm just thinking about the money because there's many things that obviously I want funded as well, but I didn't ask for $1 million. I didn't think to ask for $1 million. So you beat me to the punch. Next time I'm going to do that. But Carlsbad Drive, it says there are some street lights currently. However beautiful, mature street trees prevent the light from throwing sufficiently light to street, to light the street well, which makes sense. And I think it says the solution to that is lamp fixture changes and relocation of 3 existing street lights. I guess in my mind, it wouldn't be just cutting back the trees and letting them sort of the light shine a little brighter. And maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, this one. Okay, so when you talk about $1 million, there are 3 pieces of the project we broke it down to, not knowing how much money we have available. Ideally, we want to do all of those 3.
Yeah.
And number 1 is the street light to be put on there. And then second is if we have the money, we do the second one. And then if we have the money, the third one. So this area is pretty dark and it's a senior homes right there.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I understand. I have my sister used to live there. And
So it's during the, yeah, so seniors living there and no light, no.
So is the way you're thinking about the staff would approach this is they go to priority problem one. If there's the money for that, that's done, then they go to priority problem two. So the expectation is that they're not gonna go through and solve all of this, or just, what was your?
Yes, so the BD accepted the first one, okay?
Okay,
The BD was accepted for 150, okay? So the remainder of the stuff is here to see if the block grants are available for that. And according to, you just heard from Jim, that this is likely to be because of its location, that it would be available under the infrastructure grant. So whatever grant we are able to get, we'd like to get those done.
okay. And so, Councilmember Batara, I'm gonna call up Matt, he's hanging out here. One, I know obviously there's a lot of BDs. Are you familiar with this BD? Does that sound?
Yes, Councilmember Matt Lesh, Public Works Director. Yes, I am familiar with this one, yes.
If you could talk a little bit about how you intend to sort of approach the funding for this. I mean, it's a lot
How would I
of
approach
money.
the funding for this? I'd talk to Jim, number one.
Tell us how Jim is expecting to.
When you asked about the design, so your initial question was about the trees and so forth.
Yeah,
so,
for example.
So typically when we approach something like this, we look at the overall and see what lighting standards are we missing. If there is a chance that tree limbs are the actual problem, or if it is light placement. So this is a moderate project, a pretty small project in our eyes, and kind of moving some lights around to create that more lighted area as opposed to trimming the trees, as was requested.
Okay. And as an example, I think priority problem 3 is on Almaden Road. It's pretty dark there, but so Almaden, I assume it's referencing Almaden Expressway.
No,
Almaden Expressway and Mesa, yeah.
Yeah, so Almaden Expressway is a county road, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so is there going to be work done around maybe trying to get the county to?
Well, in particular, this is asking about Almaden Road, not Almaden Expressway.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's the side thing where it is cities.
Okay. All right. Because the end, I think page 2, second to the last page, it says funding source, essential services reserve. So the broader question for anyone, but so how do we approach, and maybe for Jim, how do we approach funding this? I mean, so we're approving this, obviously, today's the day. This goes forward, yes, do this. How do you approach this? Where are you going to get money from?
So I think, for the Hoffman Viamonte, which will likely be CDBG funded, so there's a process that, staff will have to engage with the housing department going through sort of a more rigorous process to sort of, it takes a little bit longer to access that funding, so that'll take its time a little bit. Okay. For the other pieces, so as we go forward as part of the annual report process, we're going through a lot of cleaning and everything, and so although to the extent that there is additional general fund ending fund balance on the table, one of the first calls after we fix our problems and whatever little tweaks we have to do, the call would be for the interim housing work, which was in the memo that council just approved. And then if there is any remaining funding, it would be brought forward for council's consideration to fund these items with some of that remaining funding.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Councilmember Batara, I apologize for the question. It stood out.
Oh, no,
to me.
I think it's good for the public to know, even if we understood it. I think Jim and Matt did a great job of explaining what would happen, and I think it's good for all of us to be on the same page where our money is going, or where the people money is going.
Yeah, and I appreciate you submitting it for that area. This certainly is in need of attention. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate the questions and greater clarity. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you so much. When we're looking at what we're going to fund and what we're not going to fund, I think that sometimes, there are real trade-offs. And, I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if they would be willing to take out the Bien Ortiz Batra the memo that has the lighting and those items. I think that in this budget, it was very clear to me that we made a decision as an administration not to continue some of the food, some of the other services, and I think that the process in terms of having all of the BDs go through their regular process has gone through. And so my question really is, if these get all funded, what are the things that we're not going to do, right? Because at the end of the day, we're going to have a balanced budget. So if these get funded, I mean, I'm kind of in the situation of Councilmember Jimenez, because I have exactly the same situation in the Cadillac Winchester area. I made a mistake. I thought that we were only supposed to put in 5 BDs. That was my mistake. I'll know more for next year. So, you know, it's sort of a situation where these additional things are coming through. And, you know, I applaud my fellow council members who want to do the most and the best for your district. But I also think that if this gets done, what other things don't get done? Because there's a lot of items that did not get done. And you know, a decision was made, for example, to reduce the amount of money that's used for food and other things that were done during the pandemic. And I understand that was all one-time dollars, but it is a trade-off. So that's one of the things that I would ask, if you're willing, to just take this portion out. Everything else is okay, but just this portion out of your motion.
So Vice Mayor, may
Well,
I clarify?
wait a minute. I'm asking the maker of the motion.
Okay, all right, okay.
So before I answer that, I'd like Jim to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you just restate that question, make sure I captured it all?
So this memo has a cost. And whatever that cost is means that it was not something that's sort of baked into whatever is in the existing budget and what the mayor has put forward and all of that, which means that it's got to come from somewhere. So I want to know, what is it that we're going to take it out of, we're not going to do, or what have you, in order for this to go through?
Right. So thank you for that question. So what we would be doing as part of the annual report process, we are figuring out how much general fund ending fund balance is unavailable and uncommitted after we've done the year-end fixes. There is a policy by which that ending fund balance is allocated to city council policy, also baked into 1-8-18, that looks at, first, have we satisfied the next year's future deficit reserve? So in this case, we have, because we've set aside all that funding. Then the other options that can be used are looking to include funding in the budget stabilization reserve or our contingency reserve, as well as any deferred infrastructure maintenance that we haven't got to. So those are often the recommendations that the administration brings forward when there's additional ending fund balance is for those items. But there's also space for any urgent one-time needs that may be brought forward, which is where the emergency interim housing work would fall in under that category. So to the extent that these items would get funded, they would fall under sort of, because council is directing it, it would be in the urgent category need. And so it would be anything that any fund balance would have otherwise covered, which we otherwise would have been into because I think how I'm interpreting council direction is that the emergency interim housing has the first call on it. And so if we don't get to that $15 million, then that's it. These projects wouldn't get funded. If there's more than the $15 million that are available, then theoretically, then the trade-off would be you could put that money toward the budget stabilization reserve. You could put that money toward other deferred capital projects. So those would be some of the options that would be. It would only be for one-time funded items. So what council policy also dictates is that the disposition of the ending fund balance isn't for new ongoing positions or work. It would be for other one-time projects.
So I'm going to decline your friendly amendment and see what happens.
Okay. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I too share the concerns about adding in additional funding requests not approved in the original mayor's June budget message. We all had things that we put in for funding and we didn't receive funding on, and I'm a little concerned that if we start throwing in additional funds, even though it's a small amount relative to our overall budget, that at the end of the day, we're going to increase the amount of expenditures we have against our budget without funding or without finding an opportunity in the budget to save funds and to balance our budget. So, can I go back to the budget document 50 regarding the Carlsbad Drive and Priority and Mesa Drive? I admit I wasn't paying that close of attention, but is it accurate? Did you say, Matt, that the CDBG funds you think, or Jim, whoever thinks CDBG funds will work for that? Is that right? And I apologize for not paying closer attention to that. I was trying to do my own math.
I think from the initial assessment, it looked like it was going to be eligible funding. There's a process that we have to go through, but that was the thought.
That's for 1B, not 1A, is that correct? There's a distinction?
For 1B, yeah.
For 1B, which is
right,
the lighting, not 1A.
Right. And, okay, so, and the motion just made said that one may be eligible for CDBG, thanks Matt, sorry, that one may be eligible for CDBG, but the other may not. And then, so if we approve these and they're not eligible, then we're going to the ending fund balance, and we've already heard that we've already approved that the ending fund balance will be used for EIHs. So I'm concerned that we're looking at this ending fund balance as a definitive pot of money that we're going to be able to pull from, and it isn't. It's a fund that we have every year based on what funds are not expended in the prior year. And we can't, there's some historical numbers, but given the economy and inflation and all of that, we may or may not have the numbers that we're talking about. So I'm a little concerned about committing our funding balance to any other funds under EIH. As budget director, how do you feel about these numbers, Jim?
Well, thank you for that question. Just to clarify your earlier question, though, I think when we weren't talking to housing, we were looking really more at the Carlsbad Drive area, the $190,000 figure for the Hoffman. I don't know if the other locations, because it's very location specific as to where CDBG can be used, so we'd have to look at that more closely. So I just wanted to clarify that. I might have misspoke earlier. I think the administration does not recommend as general practice to budget, projects as part of this process into the annual report. It's just something that is not something that we would recommend. Council can certainly do it, and it has been done in the past. It's nothing more to say than that, really. So we try to have, as much as we can, we've always tried to steer council to have the trade-off discussions as part of the next year's budgetary investments as part of the proposed budget process. And so that's always been what our recommendation is. There have been exceptions to this rule over the years, of course, but that's what our recommendation generally is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Words of wisdom from our budget director. The trade-off is really important. And because of that, I can't support the funding unless we can definitely get CDBG funding. Otherwise, I think it puts our ending fund balance in jeopardy, and that's very concerning to me. So The other item is item 2, where I do read that it is staff is directed to consider funding, but Councilmember Davis, would you include a friendly amendment to bring back to council?
Yes.
Just to be really specific about
Yes.
that. And to a friendly amendment, well, I'll try what Vice Mayor tried, is to how do I want to say this? I'm willing to go forward with item 1A and B, but only if we can get the CDBG funds. If we cannot, I think we need to say no. So if we add in subject to CDBG funds, and if not, come back to council on it?
I would rather have your first amendment, which is to just add in item 2, staff is directed to consider funding through the general fund ending fund balance and return to council with these items. So that would be returning to council only if these items cannot come through CDBG. I think they come through CDBG anyway for council. I don't think that requires direction, but I could be wrong about that.
Can I just clarify, please?
Sure.
So when we do the annual report, which we release at the end of September, it's heard by the council mid-October, with this direction, if there is available fund balance, we would be bringing this back to you for appropriation. So it would, if there was the way that we would be interpreting this direction, it says directed to consider funding through the general fund ending fund balance. So if there is any fund balance available, the way that this direction is written, we would be then recommending the projects if there's any fund balance, and then council would be discussing if they want to accept that recommendation or not. But that's how it would come forward. I just want to make sure that is clear.
Councilor Foley,
go
ahead.
Yes, just thank you for that. Sorry. Maybe to make me feel more comfortable in this, include in item 2, staff is directed to consider funding through the general fund balance and bring back to council with any other funding opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What I'd like to do is not just consider this a funding balance. I'd like us to see, are there other places for this funds to come from?
Great, happy to accept that.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay with my seconder? I don't know who the seconder was. There's a chorus over there.
I thought it was Councilmember Ortiz. Did you second? Possibly Councilor. Okay, then we're giving it to Councilor Torres, I suppose.
Looks like the clerk is pointing at Torres.
Okay, so Councilor Torres, I do, and I'm going to come to you shortly, I do want to just confirm, Jennifer, others in the administration, just make sure we're all clear on that interpretation. So what now with the modification, what would you be bringing back in October? You'll tell us what the ending fund balance is, and I assume we'll have some sort of menu of options with these on them, these items on that menu?
Go ahead, Jim.
Correct, yes. So we would come forward with the ending fund balance if there was additional ending fund balance available beyond what was directed to put for interim housing. These items would be considered, these would be recommended for the general fund ending fund balance if there were no other eligible sources that we could recommend to fund these projects. And so that would be how we would approach that.
Along with potentially other administration-driven recommendations for things that we need that are in line with that policy, with the ending fund balance.
Yes, yeah, correct. But yeah, and just to clarify, when there are a number of adjustments as part of the annual report. Those are more technical in nature to fix, errors or just adjust with, brand new information. The administration does not really bring back, generally, only very limited exceptions, new things to fund. And so this would be just one of those items. After we had made those corrections, this would be one of those that council would consider with any additional remaining ending fund balance.
Yeah, so it'd be an option. But I do recall us bringing back some urgent needs.
Yeah, there'll be
in October, and presumably we could have those
one
again.
or two. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Councilor Torres.
Yeah, as someone who was an executive director for a hunger organization, I've gotten plenty emails from our activists or executive directors from other hunger organizations. Jim, and I, just to be transparent and obviously let folks know, especially those who are listening, can you just explain to us why we didn't include monies for for the programs like Fishes and Loaves and other organizations who were a little bit upset that we don't have funding for that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So with the adoption of the 22-23 operating budget, we had allocated the remaining uncommitted sort of American Rescue Plan funding, or the remaining unallocated American Rescue Plan funds. That was around $50 million. As part of that, Council had made the direction to continue funding our food partners for a period of the first quarter of 22-23. And so, just based on what the activity levels were going on and what the partners were able to do, I think we were able to stretch that out through almost all of the fiscal year. And so it was not a large sum in 22-23, but we were able to extend that out through the remainder of the year. So sort of based on prior council directions, sort of, for the city to step out of its temporary support for food and necessities distribution, that program was not recommended to extend because of that prior council direction.
And I think you mentioned it, there was a few things going on over here on my right side where I was a little bit distracted. But the money that we use to feed folks with these, providing it to our service partners who eradicate hunger, it was mostly ARP monies, which are now officially gone.
Yeah, we have, correct. So those are officially gone. We have been funding food through American Rescue Plan, through coronavirus relief funds, and through FEMA. So we've used all three of those sources.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Just a question on the Candelas memo. So I believe Councilor Davis moved the rec number 2, not the first rec, because we're going to take up the first rec next. Yeah. And then now that we're all here in a public meeting, we can discuss. We had not moved that one as part of the June message because we believe from OED that there was already a plan to fund most of that. So I wanted to just understand, I think it was 30,000, and I think we had some questions about exactly what the dollars would go to. But I guess my main question is, number one, on Rec 2, how much of that is OED already planning to do? Number two, where would the balance, presumably 20,000, come from? Because it's not quite clear to me which pot of money that's coming out of. Blage, can you help us understand?
I can. Thanks, Mayor. Good afternoon. Blage Zalich, Deputy Director for Economic Development. So yes, obviously with the council's blessing, we will move forward to fund some of our neighborhood business districts. And what we found during the pandemic was actually the businesses that fared the best were ones that did have organized business associations in their neighborhoods. So we've really made this concerted effort. Our intention was to basically fund about 11 organizations, so 11 business associations across 7 council districts. The current thinking for the Tully Road Business Association is that they would receive $30,000 in funding, and the funding for those 11 organizations ranges anywhere from $10,000 to $35,000. And that
this would
has
be on
to
the
do
high,
with
the high end.
Yeah.
So just to follow up on that, well, go ahead, finish your thought. Sorry.
I was just going to say that has to do mainly with the organizations that are receiving a higher amount of funding. Our intended higher amount of funding are the ones that we have more recently stood up. Right. So they're not the ones that have received funding over a longer period of time from the city.
And we're trying to get them to a level of stability and sustainability that they begin to be able to kind of sustain themselves.
Exactly.
Right. So I wanted to note that because I very much support the work that's being done there, but know that there's kind of a broader plan from OED around 11 different business districts. So then the follow-up question is, if we were to go with the full amount in the BD, the 50, we'd have to trade that off against something. So what would be the explicit trade-off there? Is that less for other
So
other commercial
likely what we'd
districts
have
and
to do
other
is
in
shave
other
a
parts
little
of the
bit
city?
off. Yeah, we'd have to shave a little bit off of
Yeah.
some of the other
So I'm
allocations.
a little hesitant on that one, given the puzzle pieces that you guys are fitting together, and given that this particular business district is at the high end of the range for the 11. I would think my colleagues would probably want to know which district that would be coming out of if we went to the full 50. I don't know if you're able to answer that, but just again, back to the theme of, not trying to pick on anybody, but just we've got there's a fundamental trade-off here, and so we've got at least 30 committed already.
Yes.
And the gap then is 20 from this rec. So I'm going to pass it off to Councilman Candelas to follow up.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, no, I appreciate that, and I appreciate staff's work on this with my staff. Given the disproportionate impact that the pandemic had on the 95122 zip code and the disparate effect it had on the business corridors and the largely monolingual businesses in the district, who are largely Vietnamese speaking businesses, it was that rationale that called for, in conversations with staff, the need that's disparate compared to other areas of the district, and the largely new nature of this association to ensure that these businesses who have largely been disenfranchised, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not too many District 8 neighborhood business districts. So this is the opportunity to continue that investment and that commitment from the city based on the need and based on what the community is reiterated to my office and your office as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. And again, I think the work's super important. I've been out and met with them as well, and I appreciate your strong support. So one is, if we do go for the full 50, we'd want to modify the rec to just be adding 20, because the plan already, and again, there's like 81 budget docs and all the rest, so we didn't have the chance to all 11 of us get to the bottom of each of these, but there is 30,000 already planned in the OED plan. I still would say if we do leave that extra 20, we just need to identify, I think we should be explicit about where it's coming from, what the trade-off is. I don't know if Blage, would it come evenly from all the other business districts in your 11 and as part of your overall program?
I guess what I would say is it's likely that we would probably reduce some funding, try to reduce the smallest amount of funding from probably 4 organizations, kind of the next 4 that we're receiving. I wouldn't take funding away from the folks that are receiving $10,000, but maybe we're in the 25 and 30,000. That can go to 20 and 25,000.
I know we generally try not to
right
nitpick when you have kind of an overall program with a lot of different neighborhoods involved. I do appreciate Councilor Candelas advocating for a great business association, a nascent business association in his district. Do you want to express any other thoughts on just kind of the overall program? Do you have any other thoughts or feelings about Rec 2 if we push for the additional funding there?
I think we want to provide as much support as we possibly can to the neighborhood business districts that we are trying to stand up and get to a part where they're self-sustainable given the resources that we have. So we kind of felt like looking at where those organizations are, some of them, quite honestly, it might be that a few of the organizations take a little bit longer to stand up and maybe won't be in a position to receive all of that funding in the next fiscal year. So we can make adjustments. Maybe there's an opportunity to look at an up to number. That might be something. So minimum of 30, but potentially additional funding if those resources are available within the budget. Maybe
reserve
that's
some staff discretion.
Yeah.
Either way, the pot of money for the program across the 11 districts isn't. No one's proposing changing that, so there is a trade-off within that pot of money. Councilor Candelas?
And to the point, this is largely unallocated money from previous years that has been rolled over. And so this is a one-time allocation, and by no means am I advocating that this be a continuous appropriation, based on trade-offs, as you mentioned, Mayor. So, I would be amenable to that, but I do want to emphasize the disparity and the inequity that exists within this specific community, because they have been disproportionately impacted, and that's the whole reason why I'm advocating up here and saying that. But I would caution not to shy away from, but I appreciate your comments. But you know, I would be open to amending my memorandum, my recommendation to up to 50,000. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're allocating 30,000 up to 50,000. So we'll make a floor of the 30 and then say up to 50.
The floor of 30 is already staff's intention,
Right.
but I don't think it
But
hurts
just
to
to be-
put it in there to be
just to be
clear.
clear.
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking for, Councilmember Candelas?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Great. Okay, so we're preserving some flexibility and discretion for staff, but I think the intention is clear. I appreciate Councilor Candelas' advocacy. Okay, I think we're fairly close on this one. we have the motion on the floor. I do just want to, before we vote, take the opportunity to really sincerely thank everyone once again. I know we still have fees and charges and the overall budget, but I appreciate particularly Stephen Kane's on my team and Mackenzie Mossing and the rest of our policy team and everyone who worked incredibly hard starting back in late January, February, worked hand in glove with Jim Shannon and City Manager's Budget Office to bring forward the budget that we're voting on. So we are currently on item 3.4, which we heard together with 3.5. I know there's been a lot of steps here today, and it's been a long conversation, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So this is the June message, which includes all the BDs and MBAs. And again, Stephen Kane's and everybody on my team, thank you for many sleepless nights for helping me get that together and get it out and really work closely within our Budget Brown Act, but also take very seriously and track down every thread we could from all 81 budget docs that came in. Some, I think, $11 million or something like that. So a lot of great work. And I hope my colleagues just know that we probably didn't get it perfectly, but we worked very hard to thoroughly investigate all 81 of your budget docs and incorporate as much as we could with input from staff. So I think, Tony, you may want to restate the motion. I think we are ready to vote, but just to make sure we're cleared, you wrote it out, right? Okay.
Yes, and I've put it on. If you're on Zoom, you can see it. Let me bump up the font. So I have approving the memo from Davis, Torres, Ortiz, Batra, and Doan with the additional language in red to report back to council on items, on the item 2. So directed to consider funding through the general fund ending fund balance and report back to council with these items. And then on the Candelas memo to change the language to allocate one-time funding of 30,000 up to 50,000 at staff's discretion from the neighborhood business districts.
And just to be clear on the CDBG items, so this was Rec 1.
Yes.
In the Davis, Torres, Ortiz, Batra, Duan memo. I think we made clear that we did tweak that direction. So they will still be coming back.
Right.
As it will be noted as, and if we can't fund it through CDBG funding, it would be part of a menu of options.
In the mid-year. Yeah.
And
for ending fund balance after interim, as we've made clear, and there may be other urgent needs that the administration wants to highlight at that time, but it will be on the menu of options. But it's not necessarily the case that the administration is going to come back and recommend that we fund it. We're going to weigh it against everything.
Yes, that's kind of what I was encompassing with the report back to council.
Just want to make sure for the record, that was what I captured from the conversation.
Yeah.
But there is a clarification. I did add a friendly amendment to instruct staff to investigate other funding mechanisms for these things.
Before coming back for ending fund balance. Okay, great add. Thank you for including that. Okay. So everybody should just take a quick look at the screen. Make sure that reflects your understanding, because this one's a little complicated.
Yeah, but they did change it, that's what I know. I wanted to note that I also have since I didn't highlight it, that there's also the memorandum from Councilmember Torres is included in here.
For the study
Everything's-
session on the
yeah,
arts.
everything's kind of mushed
Yep.
together.
Yep. Okay. So I'm not seeing any other hands. So I think we're all clear on what the
Okay.
motion is. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Dewitt,
Aye.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra.
I'm alone in my room and I say yes.
Thank you. Kamei,
No.
Mahan.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-1.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a short recess for dinner and return at 6:20 to complete our work. 25 minutes. We can do it, guys. Food's in the back.
What time?
Too fast.